The Denver Planning Board reviews and makes recommendations to the Mayor and Denver City Council on rezoning requests, district design standards, and other land use rules. This meeting of the Denver Planning Board begins now.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting of the Denver Planning Board for March 1st, 2023 to order. We will start with roll call. Rachel?
Here.
Mary Beth?
Here.
Mary?
Here.
Fred?
Here.
Gosha?
Here.
Caitlin?
Here.
I'm Joel. I'm here as well. We have 7 members present, and we do have a quorum. We reserve time at the beginning of every planning board meeting for public comment on any topic that is not otherwise on the planning board agenda. If anyone is in attendance, either in the room or online, to give comment to something that is not otherwise on the agenda, could you let us know? Online, you can use the raise hand feature. I'll just look in the room here. Everyone seems to be here for something that is on the agenda. All right, we will move on to meeting records for approval. We have no meeting records for approval. Moving on to the regular agenda, I just want to note that item 8 on the agenda, a rezoning of 1700 North Marion Street, has been withdrawn. So this was posted in the agenda when the agenda was posted. There's no action that we need to take. If you're interested in 1700 North Marion Street, be aware that that item will not be discussed today. We have one item on the consent agenda, official map amendment application 2022I-00231, rezoning of 1089 South Ogden Street from USUB to USUB1. This has been proposed for the consent agenda because it meets our consent agenda criteria. However, we will remove it from the consent agenda if any planning board member wishes to have it removed, or if anybody has shown up to speak on this item. Now, we did have somebody register in advance, Tina Maganana. I'm very sorry, I'm not great with names. Is Tina here online or in person? Yeah, Tina, we see you online. We're going to ask you to unmute and just clarify, did you want to give testimony on this rezoning?
Yes, please. I
Okay,
did submit a letter of opposition, and I would just like to listen to the hearing and then also add a few additional comments.
Absolutely. Okay, we will keep you here, and we will remove this from the consent agenda. I'd like to invite Brandon Shaver to give an abbreviated staff report. Yes, you see the screen now.
Good afternoon, planning board. I'm Brandon Chamber. Nice to see you again. Presenting a commission upland application for 1089 South Ogden Street, West Zone for the US 1. This subject property is located in District 7, in the West Washington neighborhood. The request is to rezone the district that would allow for 80 acres of property. All other forms of stand remain the same. Property is currently in the urban single unit district, which would allow for only an urban house building form with minimum 4,500 square foot zone lot size. As you can see, the map property is also sort of a number of properties that are also sort of close to the current land use of the site is single unit residential. It's described by other single unit residential uses as well as some multi-unit residential uses scattered throughout. This slide shows the subject property at the bottom right, the bottom left rather, and gives an idea of the character of the neighborhood. Speaking to the process, the information was sent in November, and the property was properly noticed for today's hearing. The City Council public hearing has been tentatively scheduled for April 24th. To date, staff has received a letter of support from a citywide RNO and 4 letters of opposition from surrounding neighbors. These letters mention concerns related to parking, loss of privacy, short-term rentals, and overcrowding. Moving to the criteria, there are 3 plans that impact the subject property. As discussed in the staff report, this request is consistent with many goals in Comprehensive 2040. So moving to Blueprint Denver, property map is perfect for the neighborhood context, and future places map designates it as a low residential place type. These place types are predominantly single and two uses, and accessory dwelling units are appropriate. South Ogden Street is classified as a local street, which are mostly characterized by residential uses. This is also mapped as per all of the areas of the city where we anticipate 60% of new jobs, significant new housing. Blueprint Denver also includes specific policy recommendations with regards to diversifying housing choice, the expansion of accessory dwelling units throughout all residential areas. We also have the West Washington Park neighborhood from 1991, which includes a recommendation to ensure that new development is compatible with the low density residential uses, which the ADU is proven to be consistent with. Staff also finds this meets the next 2 criteria, resulting in uniformity of regulations and furthering public health safety. The adoption of Comp Plan 2040 and Blueprint Denver is just a circumstance. They specifically recommend the city diversify housing choice for the expansion of ADUs to all residential areas. Lastly, the proposed rezoning is consistent with the urban neighborhood context that exists in the surrounding area and with UN practice and statements. Therefore, we recommend approval based on finding all of the criteria have been met. I'm happy to answer questions if you get to this.
Thank you. The applicant is Catherine Weaver. We can see if we can get Catherine up and ask. You will have up to 6 minutes to tell us about your application.
Hi, can you hear me? This is Catherine.
Yes, we can. If you just start with your name and address for the record, you'll have up to 6 minutes, and we'll put a timer on the screen when you're getting close to the end of your time.
Okay, I think you said my full name, so Catherine Sandin Weaver, and then my address, 1089 South Ogden Street. We did start this application. My husband and I purchased this home in August of 2022. It is an older home, single family home, which we wanted because we want to start a family in this neighborhood. I'm actually currently pregnant. And all of our family resides in Florida or Alabama, that being my parents, grandparents, and my husband's parents and grandparents. So when we bought the house, we were aware that the garage needed to be torn down. It's not in good shape. And so since our house is small, we don't have very many bedrooms, and with the growing family, especially with our family living in Florida, we wanted to put an ADU on top of the garage when we do rebuild the garage. This is kind of the most sound financial option for us now, just since we don't have the funds to, remodel, pop the top, or rebuild the single family house. So our intent was to use the ADU for our families to come stay in and help with the baby. And as they get older, just make sure that they can be close to us when they are in the state.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Planning Board will be reviewing this based on the 5 criteria that are on the screen. I do want to note that we have received some letters. The Planning Board has been forwarded all of the letters, and one of them is from our next speaker. And Tina, please help me with your name. Tina Magnagana.
It's very close. Magana, kind of like lasagna.
Okay. Well, welcome. You will have 3 minutes, and just please start with your name and address for the record.
Okay, my name is Tina Magana. I currently reside at 1101 South Ogden Street. So I'm just a couple homes away from the Weavers. I just want to say thank you for giving me this moment to speak. I did submit a letter of opposition, but there were a couple of other things that I would like to add. That first of which being a written notice was placed outside the property and note cards were mailed out to surrounding property owners. So presently I'm aware of at least 4 letters of opposition and only 1 letter of support, which came from an entity that doesn't reside in West Washington Park. So I'm asking you to please listen to the neighbors and respect the concerns of those that live here and who would be directly impacted by this zoning decision. ADUs in this neighborhood do not assist in creating affordable housing. Instead, they assist to subsidize construction of $1 million+ homes. For example, around us, the monthly rental for an 800 square foot bedroom, one bedroom, 1 bath, goes for $1,700 to $2,000 a month. That's far from the affordable housing plan that is proposed or that Denver is shooting for. And while I'm in favor of additions and improvements that the zoning currently allows, and I even love the idea of multi-generational families in the same dwelling, in those homes, there's familiar ownership and shared property responsibilities, and that would not necessarily be the case with an existing ADU, or would not be the case with ADUs, as while the person who's applying for the application says it's for family, we don't know where that will lead down the road. Perhaps they decide their home is too small and they want to sell and buy something bigger. The next person may come in and decide they want to rent this ADU. So current zoning does not allow for ADUs in West Washington Park. And a move like this should really be addressed neighborhood-wide versus a one-off decision. I believe granting a variance for this ADU would set a bad precedent and change the character of our neighborhood. Therefore, I'm respectfully requesting the denial of this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who's come to speak to this item? If you're online, please use the raise hand feature, and I'll take a look in the room. Not seeing anyone in the room. I briefly saw somebody else with their hand up on Zoom, but I don't see that person anymore. So we will move to questions. Oh. Yeah, Catherine Weaver was the applicant, so this spoken. All right, so we'll now move to questions from the Planning Board to staff or the applicant or our public speaker. Okay, seeing no questions, I will close the public hearing and ask for deliberations.
So I agree with our speaker. Thank you for having to talk to us. I agree that the ADUs should be implemented neighborhood-wide or city-wide. That's what our city plans called for. But meanwhile, while they are not implemented neighborhood-wide or city-wide, they are part of the plan. So I believe the application meets the criteria, and I'll be supporting it.
Yeah, that was one of the points that I wanted to make. I think it's important to note that this isn't a variance. This process is not giving some kind of variance. This is a map amendment based on the criteria within the city. And I think there was another letter that spoke to the criteria for a variance. I just think it's worth noting that that is not this process. And this is something I've said before, but I think it's important to state. I take particular issue with the assertion that somehow people who rent property are less deserving of housing in a given neighborhood than another. I find that a very disturbing assertion. And I guess I can leave it at that, but that to me speaks about classism. It harkens back to some issues about who in our society was able to purchase property, who had access to capital and to mortgages to purchase property. And it's a road that I would hope we as a nation are moving well on down from. And so when I hear that, I find it very disturbing. Anyway, I do believe that this meets the criteria very clearly and will be supporting. Thank you.
Rachel, did you have your hand up? I'll just make a comment. I too believe this meets the criteria. The public process for deciding whether we should allow ADUs citywide was part of a multi-year effort called Denver Right, during which we updated Blueprint Denver that concluded in 2019. And then, as the staff presentation summarized, in Blueprint Denver, it says ADUs should be allowed citywide, preferably, as Gosha said, by a citywide rezoning or neighborhoods at a time. But in the interim, individual rezonings to support ADUs are supported. It's a clear line, and oftentimes plans have soft general guidance about the direction. In this case, regarding ADUs, it has quite specific guidance. So I certainly agree that public input is important, and on this topic, that public input occurred during the Denver Right multi-year planning process. I do think this meets the criteria. Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll move. I move to recommend that City Council approve application 2022I-00231, rezoning 1089 South Ogden Street from USUB to USUB1, finding that the applicable review criteria have been met.
By Mary Beth and seconded by Rachel. Any discussion on the motion? Do a roll call vote. Rachel?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Mary?
Aye.
Fred?
Aye.
Gosha?
Aye.
Caitlin? Aye. I vote aye as well. That passes unanimously. Thank you. We are on to item 5 on the agenda. This is official map amendment application 2022I-00131, rezoning of 640 West Tennessee Avenue, IA 202 overlay to IMX5. This is a public hearing. The public hearing is open. And Andrew Webb will be filling in for the staff report.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Andrew Webb here. I'm filling in today for my colleague Edson Ibanez to present the staff report on this proposed rezoning of 640 West Tennessee Avenue from IA U02 to IMX5. This proposed rezoning is in Council District 7. It's in the Atmar Park neighborhood. As you can see, is located here just south of Vanderbilt Park and is currently used as an industrial facility. The proposal is to allow an industrial mixed-use district that could allow potentially adaptive reuse of the site with residential uses. The current zoning, as I mentioned, is IA U02. IA is the light industrial zone district in the Denver zoning code, and U02 is the billboard use overlay. These photographs show some photographs of the site itself there at the top left, and then another view of the subject property looking east there at the bottom left. And then you can see here some photographs of the surrounding environs, including the park to the north and property just to the west of the subject site. The informational notice for this, rezoning was sent out in September. We sent a planning board notice out in February, and here we are at the planning board hearing in March. We're expecting this to head to City Council in April. As of the time of the creation of this PowerPoint, we had not received any public comment. However, since this presentation was prepared, we have received 2 letters of support, which were sent today. As you're aware, to recommend a approval of a rezoning, the board must find that a proposed rezoning meets these 5 criteria in the Denver zoning code. With regard to the first criterion, consistency with adopted plans, there are 3 plans that impact this site: Comprehensive Plan 2040, Blueprint Denver, and the I-25 and Broadway Station Area Plan. This proposed rezoning would advance several recommendations and policies in the comprehensive plan, including increasing the development of housing close to transit. This is close to a major RTD bus and light rail station, creating a greater mix of housing options in the neighborhood that all the supported. Blueprint Denver identifies this area as a district, as a future neighborhood context, and with a future place type of innovation flex. So this is a future place type that allows for some manufacturing and technology and innovation uses, but where multi-unit residential uses are also compatible. And the proposed IMX industrial mixed-use zoning allows both of those types of uses. It is within the all other areas of the city area within Denver's growth strategy, where we expect a lower amount of employment and new housing compared to some of their urban center areas of the city. This is also consistent with this policy in Blueprint, specific to the innovation flex districts, enabling and recommending the addition of housing uses to complement existing manufacturing uses and create more of a presence on the street. The I-25 and Broadway Station Area Plan identifies this area for future use of industrial mixed use, which again is consistent with the proposed IMX zone district. You can see the site down there in the southwest corner of the I-25 and Broadway Station Area Plan boundary. It also recommends a maximum building height in this area of 5 stories. That plan goes on to recommend continuing to support the industrial and mixed uses in these locations, but to allow for the influx of some residential uses, especially in this area, to help activate Vancouver Park. This proposed map amendment will result in the uniform application of the IMX zone district at this site as it would any other site with that zone district. It furthers public health, safety, and welfare by implementing our adopted plans, and it is justified by several justifying circumstances, including changed or changing conditions in the area. There's been significant recent development in the I-25 and Broadway Station area, and because of the adoption of, and it is consistent with the neighborhood context zone district purpose and intent for the MX zone district. That's for the staff report. So with that, CPD recommends approval based on a finding that all review criteria have been met, and I'm happy to mention that.
Thank you. I see that Todd Snyder is the applicant. Is here. Does Todd have applicant presentation?
I don't have a presentation, but
okay, available for questions. Thank you very much. We don't have anyone who's pre-signed up to speak to this item. If there's anyone online who's come to speak, could you use the raise hand feature? Is anyone here who's come to speak? All right, I'm not seeing anyone from the public who want to give testimony on this. We'll move to questions from the board. Is there one?
Is this for the 1085 Lowell?
We're on 640 West Tennessee Avenue.
Okay, sorry.
All right, no problem. Stay online. Let's say 1085. That is next. That's the next item. So just stay with us. All right. I see no one from the public who's here to speak on this item, 640 West Tennessee Avenue. So we'll go questions from the board to the staff for the applicant. Right.
I just have one quick question, Andrew. When we look at the purpose of IA districts, it talks about how no new residential uses may be established in the IA zone district in order to promote a stable employment base for the city. Obviously, there's very specific plan guidance for this one, for this specific location. Is this something that is weighing into broader conversations that staff are having about conversion from an IA or an IB to an IMX?
Yes. One thing I should have also mentioned is that you're probably familiar with the manufacturing preservation area boundaries that we have highlighted in the city. And where a property is in one of those manufacturing preservation areas and is identified with a future place type of value manufacturing, those are the areas where Blueprint recommends not allowing the introduction of residential uses. But in these areas that have been identified for innovation flex as a future place type, residential uses are identified as appropriate by Blueprint. And certainly, I think as part of upcoming, taking another look at Blueprint and doing updates now several years on, we certainly will revisit those policies and work with our Department of Economic Development and opportunity to understand better how that policy has worked so far and how we should approach the introduction of residential uses into industrial areas in the future.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions for staff or the applicant? Seeing no other questions, I'll close the public hearing and ask for deliberation. Yes, Caitlin.
I'll be voting this forward, and I just call out from a criteria standpoint, I found that justifying circumstances for compliance with existing plans particularly compelling in this instance with the I-25 and Broadway solution area plan. It really had a clearly focused intent around this area and the station area to bring additional density, residential, and kind of see that station area. TOD, I think that has so I'll be in support.
Yeah, I also will be voting in support of this, and I think there's a couple of things that are important here. One is that proximity to the park, and also this, I think, citywide reassessment of what our river can be. It is where historically we located the worst and dirtiest uses in the city, and this transformation as an idea is pretty interesting. One of the things that I think is important about this site is the proximity of a mobile home park to it. And I'm pretty glad that we have at least the pause that's happened for those as we go into this. And that we'll be presumably looking at in the future at how that naturally occurring affordable housing is preserved. Because I looked at this and thought, well, boy, if we didn't have that, for the next application, rezone that park and displace those people. So I think that's important work that I look forward to seeing more about in the coming years. Thank you.
Well, I just had a question. I agree with Caitlin. I think this fits the criteria really clearly. Just from a process perspective, what precluded this from being on the consent agenda today?
That was sort of a staff recommendation. Speak to that, Andrew.
Sure. I think, to be perfectly honest, I think it probably could have, but because because it is a somewhat unique. It is within an area that is designated as a manufacturing preservation area that has that innovation flex future place type, which is somewhat unique where we see rezonings in this area. We decided it merited a hearing.
Seeing no other comments and deliberation, would someone like to make a motion?
I'll be happy to. I move to recommend that City Council approve application 2022I-00131, rezoning 640 West Tennessee Avenue from IA-UO2 to IMX5, finding that the applicable review criteria have been met.
By Fred and seconded by Mary. Any discussion on the motion? We'll do a roll call vote. Rachel? Aye. Mary Beth? Aye. Mary? Aye. Fred?
Aye.
Goshen?
Aye.
Caitlin?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We're on to item 6 on the agenda, official map amendment application 2022I-00146, rezoning at 1085 North Lowell Boulevard from ESUD1X to URH2.5. This is a public hearing. The public hearing is open. Then we have a staff report. Today the staff report is from Fran Pennyfield.
Good afternoon, members of the planning board. My name is Company Kidd with Planning Services, and today I'm going to present an overview of the map amendment for 1085 Lowell Boulevard. So let's go ahead and start with what is the request. This is an applicant-driven application requesting to change the zoning classification for 1085 Lowell Boulevard from ESUD1X, which is a single-unit residential district, URH 2.5, that is a multi-unit residential district. URH 2.5 allows for the urban house, the detached accessory dwelling building form, duplexes, tandem houses, and the row house building. Subject property is located in Council District 3 in the Villa Park neighborhood. The site is located at the corner of Lowell Boulevard and 12th Avenue. The Lakewood Drywall Gulch Park is north of the property, running east-west. Michael Sanchez Park is 500 feet northeast from the southern side. The property is within the quarter-mile buffer of the Knox Street RTD light rail station. As mentioned before, the property is currently in the Urban Edge single-unit D1X zone district, which in this location would allow for this urban house, and detached accessory dwelling unit building court, in a minimum zone lot size of 6,000 square feet. As you can see on the map, the property is surrounded to the south and west by properties also zoned ESUD1X, to the east by ESUD1, to the north by open space where the gulch is. Current land use of the site is single-unit residential. It is mostly surrounded by other single-unit residential uses that you can see marked there. Slide shows the subject property is located in a residential area very close to the Knox Street RTD station, and gives an idea of the residential character of the area. In the top right image, you can see the subject property, and in the bottom right image, which is looking west on Lowell Boulevard, you can see the character of the area. Now, let's take a quick look at the process. Informational notice of the application was sent on December 19, 2022. Planning board notice was sent out on February 13th, and currently we have city planning public hearing tentatively set for May 5th. To date, staff has received 1 letter of support from Denver and 2 letters of opposition from concerned neighbors. Both letters of opposition express concerns with the involuntary displacement and identification is rezoning proposed. Let's go on to review criteria. For rezoning to be recommended for approval by planning board, it must be found that the requested map amendment is consistent with 5 review criteria. this case, the URH 2.5 against this criteria. The first criteria is consistency with adopted plans. The 4 plans applicable to this result. We have Comprehensive Plan 2040, we have the Denver, the Villa Park Neighborhood Plan, and the West Colfax Plan. After we review these 4 plans, we'll take a quick look at the draft for the West Area Plan that currently is not an approved plan, but it was recommended for approval by Planning Board a couple weeks ago. Let's start with Comprehensive Plan 2040. Stated in the staff report, the rezoning is consistent with several goals of the Comprehensive Plan 2040. This map amendment will promote equity by creating greater mix of housing options in every neighborhood. It will lead to an environmental resilient Denver by promoting increased development where infrastructure and services are recognized. In Denver, the subject property is mapped as part of the urban neighborhood context in Denver, and that's why the applicant request is to rezone to urban context instead of urban edge context. The places map designates the subject site as part of the high medium place type. These place types have a mix of mid-scale multi-unit residential buildings, usually mixed with a variety of lower-scale residential building types. The proposed RH 2.5 zone district allows multiple building parks up to 2.5 stories in height and is compatible with future places. The growth area in Denver is all other areas of the city. These areas are anticipated to see a 10% employment growth, 20% housing growth, and given that the subject site is within one of Denver's neighborhood equity and stabilization focus neighborhoods, an equity analysis was included in the staff report and was shared with the applicant for consideration. Urban Denver contains 3 equity concepts that help guide change to benefit everyone. Each equity concept has associated measurements that help inform implementation actions. Subject property is in Villa Park, which is identified as an area with less access to opportunity compared to the rest of the city. Subject area is less equitable than Denver as a whole when it comes to access to fresh foods and healthcare. These scores are related to a higher than average percentage of children with obesity and poverty. While the proposed allowance of a multi-unit residential district does not directly increase access to opportunity, and increasing residents might increase the likelihood that more goods, services, and amenities will locate in the commercial and mixed-use zone areas. Additionally, the proposal district would allow additional housing units at a location that is well served by transit, providing residents with additional access to daily needs. Subject property is an area that has high vulnerability to military space. Subject areas scored as vulnerable to displacement in 2 of the 3 categories: educational attainment and medium household income. This proposed rezoning would allow for additional residential units in this area, which can help provide housing for existing residents and contribute to meeting the citywide demand for housing. The subject property is an area that has no housing diversity. Subject area is not diverse in terms of the percentage of owners and renters, number of income-restricted units, and housing cost. Adding this in the middle, housing is a strategy to add needed housing diversity. The neighborhood lacks smaller-scale multi-unit development compared to the rest of the city and does not offer a diversity of housing costs when compared to the area. The proposed rezoning will help diversify the housing stock and encourage a mix of residential development types available. Now let's take a look at the Villa Park Neighborhood Plan from 1991. I will quickly note here that the draft West Area Plan is intended to supersede the Villa Park Neighborhood Plan and the West Colfax Plan. However, given the timing of this application, the relevant plan guidance is addressed in the staff report, and that means that we will be reviewing these 2 plans. The proposal allows development that is similar in scale to the existing pattern while allowing additional density and investment along the light rail line, which was developed after adopting the adoption of Villa Park Plan. URH 2.5 zone district is a district that both respects the character of the existing neighborhood in terms of building height and residential land use type, and it allows for a reasonable increase in density given the location of the property in close proximity to the North Street light rail station. Now looking at the West Colfax Plan, this plan was approved by City Council in 2006. On the future land use concept map, the properties are identified as urban neighborhood station. The which is described as single-family and multifamily residential with a typical scale of 1 to 5 stories. The urban neighborhood station land use development patterns occur within a quarter to a half-mile radius of the light rail station. Since the stations evolve in established residential areas, initial changes might add density and intensity in compact building forms and blend in with the prevailing residential context. Proposed zoning for the subject site, URH 225, will increase the range of residential housing types and will control the scale future development to the same scale of the surrounding residential development and is consistent with the Western Complex. Now let's take a quick look at the West Area Plan draft. This area plan is currently planned for adoption at the end of the month as part of the Community Planning and Development's Neighborhood Planning Initiative, and it will supersede the Villa Park Neighborhood Plan and the West Complex Plan. We will also update the guidance for the community. The West Area Plan draft, the subject property is within the urban neighborhood context, and in the future, basement is classified as low-medium residential, which is described as mix of low to mid-scale multi-unit residential buildings. Small-scale multi-unit buildings are dispersed among single and two-unit residential buildings. The proposed URH 225 allows for multiple residential buildings building fronts up to 2.5 stories in height. Therefore, it's consistent with the direction given in the West Area Plan. Moving on to criteria 2 and 3, staff also finds that the requested rezoning meets the next 2 criteria. The rezoning will result in uniformity of regulations, and it will further the health, safety, and welfare, primarily for implementation of adopted land use plans. The proposed rezoning would also facilitate increased housing density near services and amenities and promote walkable urban neighborhood within walkable distance to the public place. The application identifies the changing conditions north of the property along the west corridor light rail line as a justifying circumstance. There has been increasing redevelopment in the Villa Park and West Complex neighborhoods, and significant investment in infrastructure has occurred around the North-South-East light rail station. This increase in the intensity of land use in the areas has created additional need for higher intensity residential uses, like those allowed in the URH 225 zone district. Also, as discussed before, Urban Denver mapped the site as high-medium consistent with the proposed URH 225. Therefore, the proposed map amendment is justified in order to recognize the change in changing conditions of the land. Lastly, the proposed rezoning is consistent with the urban neighborhood context, row house 2.5 zone representative. Staff does recommend that planning board recommend approval of the proposed rezoning based on overview criteria as mentioned. Thank you. Third applicant presentation.
Welcome up. It looks like there might be multiple of you. You're all welcome to speak. The applicant team will have 6 minutes combined. Anyone who speaks, please start with your name and address for the record, and Andrew will be keeping time.
Mr. Young, my address is 2060 Point Street, and I'm the applicant, not the owner. I think I'll just special finances plan. She did a great job of identifying the best, of which she mentioned was medium high for the different footprints in our research and communications with Councilwoman Jamie Flores. It seems as if we really needed to push in the direction of the West Area Plan that just got some voting back in the last hearing. So that moving forward, as Brian mentioned, is a low to medium density. In this case, that for us would mean a single family duplex, a row home building. So with the row home 2.5, that's kind of the direction we're going in. With that West Area Plan, I do think it's wise to speak to it. Along with those, and what we heard from Jamie is affordability and parking are their main key factors on the south side of this course. The north is a little bit different, and I think we're seeing a lot of response to what's happening on the north side of Gulch. And so how we feel this particular lot at 1085 is a really good precedent lot. Indeed, that West Area Plan was passed, and that intent to submit to this area, of which for affordability, for instance, and I know the nuance of building we're proposing might not be considered in this criteria at this time, but just so everyone knows, we're moving forward with an 8-unit building on the is just under 10,000 square foot lot, a 1-to-1 parking ratio. We possibly have the parking reductions relative to rail. The rail stop is just east of us. So our intention, the affordability is all of these units. The largest unit is 1,250 square feet. Our smaller one is around 600 square feet. So we're trying to hit that median income or lower for that area. I think in regards, we did receive 2 letters of opposition, of which didn't necessarily speak to the nuances of building and what they might want to see in the neighborhood, but so I won't go into that, but I can assure we're taking some more, let's call them fun approaches into regards to, in a single family neighborhood, what beckons it in regards to the sense of community. We saw a lot of front porches. And so those kind of harness communication. So we're going to offer those. Parking, as we mentioned.
Okay, we have 6 people who signed up in advance to speak. I'll read those names so that you know if you're on the list. And then anyone who wants to speak who doesn't get called, we will call after these first 6. The names I have are Kathy Sandoval, Jamie Aguilar, Amy Contreras, Laura Isanek, Eric Einstein, and Alan Chappelle. So we'll call folks in that order, starting with Kathy Sandoval. See you there, Kathy. You should be able to.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, hi. If you start with your name and address.
Hello, this is Kathy Sandoval. Can you hear me?
Are we on mute? No.
I can't.
Kathy, can you hear us? Kathy, we can hear you.
Hello?
We can hear you.
We can hear you just fine.
Unmute my audio. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
I guess not.
Yeah, so it sounds like you're going to adjust your audio.
Hi, Kathy, can you hear us?
Yes, I guess there was some problem with my headphones. Thanks for your patience.
If you'd start with your name and address for the record, you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Kathy Sandoval. Brown Chicana, she, her, hers, a resident of Villa Park neighborhood, as well as I was a member on the steering committee for the West Area Planning Initiative. So after listening to some comments from the planning board and the presentation of the CBD staff, what struck me, it was a little bit of a disconnect on this rezoning. So on the one hand, staff states that the neighborhood lacks housing diversity, yet on the other hand, they state the area is changing. So what this analysis doesn't seem to mention is that over half of the neighborhood has multi-unit housing already and has a high degree of mixed housing types. So this type of rezoning continues the loss, in my mind, of anti-displacement strategies for residents. With example of the West Denver Renaissance Collaborative, the Single Family Plus program, where you stay in place program that was intended to help in the administrative rezoning that was done last year to support affordable homeownership strategies and to build at intergenerational health and wealth. So this area, like I said, was rezoned administratively last year to support accessory dwelling units. And this area is becoming a smaller and smaller area of housing stability. And I think we saw in that equity analysis that shows the vulnerability of displacement. And last night in Villa Park, parents were at Eagleton Elementary School trying to get together and fight to keep their school open. So as we stated in our comments with the West Area Plan, planning for equity is paramount. And this type of housing is not stabilizing our neighborhood. It is continuing that legacy of redlining with disparities impacting current residents by displacing them and reducing opportunities for affordable housing. I'd like you to look at the big picture where our schools are being sliced and diced for closures. The numbers of families are reduced with U-RH2.5. This development in reality will have 8 units with maybe 8 to 16 adults with 1 bedroom and office, or maybe 2 bedrooms, and only 3 garages and 5 parking stalls with inaccessible stairs for people that have disabilities, with 3 floors versus the site with families and children that the existing zoning would allow. So this proposal, in my mind, does not meet the criteria of justifying circumstances with the displacement of residents and the loss of home ownership, and a neighborhood already has small-scale multi-unit development. This project does not further the public health, safety, and general welfare of this neighborhood because it's not creating affordable housing, and it's creating more racial inequality outcomes. So I'm asking you to vote no on this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jamie Aguilar. You should be able to unmute.
Hello, Jaime Aguilar here, 958 Julian Street. Can you hear me okay? We're having trouble hearing you all until I think you adjusted the audio.
Yeah, we're in the midst of upgrades that hopefully will make this better, but I'm glad we're able to have people attend without having to come down.
Awesome. Thank you for having us today. Thank you. Again, like I said, Jaime Aguilar, 958 Julian Street. I live near this proposed development. Really, this is my second time to come to this meeting, to this planning board's body. I was also on the West Area Planning Committee, and I've been very involved in the landscape, geography, the ecology involved when we look at our neighborhood and the health disparities that exist here. Like you saw in the equity analysis, this is a highly vulnerable area where the changing, is really starting to amplify, and we're losing families where they're looking to closing our schools more. I think Kathy addressed that earlier. I think what I'm missing here is really understanding how you look at this equity analysis. We've had some turnover at the planning department, and we usually have a lot of relationships, I'll say, with some of the planners, and that's with really helping us connect with the plan developers, with the owners, and really seeing the plans and talking about things that are important to us or that us as experts have looked at. We have a vision for Villa Park. We've been working on this since 2016, and we've not been able to have that conversation until another property by the same owner recently was able to reach us. Reach our neighborhood organization, the Villa Park Neighborhood Association. So I'm just really curious really about this plan. I didn't come to oppose or to ask you to support this, but what is something to consider is that affordable housing, is not something that's being built into these recent developments, particularly in this area where row homes and triplexes and quadruplexes are being favored, as well as these very small, 12 to 10 foot wide, I'm not sure what to call them, row homes, I guess is a lack of a better term, but really there's some health issues that I'd like to address by how property owners are being encouraged by planning department to really maximize the envelope and really impacting the ecology of the tree canopy and other green space, even though it is adjacent to green space. We don't even know really, or haven't had the conversation to know are these going to face the street and really activate the park, or is there an impact to the neighborhood character as even more diversity of housing is going to happen because of what is going to be happening to the west here with these very interesting lots that I believe Habitat for Humanity has. So I just wanted to bring to your attention some things to consider when you're looking at the vulnerability, the equity, the affordability, and then the character that pushing this through could impact our neighborhood here in Villa Park. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Amy Contreras.
Hi, my name is Amy. I currently reside at 1023 Lowell Boulevard. I adamantly oppose this rezoning. I'm tired of investors / property owners coming into my historically brown and black neighborhood to exploit it for their own financial gain. No local connection to any Denver neighborhood, no involvement, just blatant capitalistic gentrification is what they are all about. I know a lot of families that grew up in Villa Park that no longer live here because they had to move out because prices got so high as a result of unscrupulous opportunists like KLP LLC and Nick Young. Not even a mention of Eagleton Elementary in the rezoning application, which is in Villa Park, and a school that might be closing soon. While I understand the current structure is unlivable to people like Kristen Lynn Peterson, who are just trying to diversify their retirement portfolio and could not actually live in a small single-family home like my own, 100% for sale units could get her a big luxurious dream home anyone could enjoy. And I'm sorry if I'm coming off as though I'm complaining about gentrification or that I don't like this applicant or developers, because I am opposing this rezoning. I know kids who grew up here that didn't see the value of their parents' homes and could care less if their families sold their home to move somewhere else 40 to 50 minutes away. Some people don't want to stay or come back to the neighborhoods they grew up in, and there's nothing wrong with that. I personally want to see families that grew up here move back, and they're not even able to do that. In the rare chance they are, they'll have to move into an overpriced one-bedroom row home. The problem is not everyone thinks in terms of true community development. If you approve this rezoning, you will continue the pattern of disinvestment in neighborhoods of color that have lasted for decades since redlining in the 1940s and continue now today. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Laura Izanek.
Okay, hopefully you can all hear me okay.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. My name is Laura Eisenach, and I reside down the block at 911 Lowell Boulevard. I'm also a local business owner and community member on various boards. I believe that this rezone should be opposed. It does not consider that the Villa Park neighborhood already has one of the poorest canopies in Denver, and adding a larger square footage to the lot will only lessen this natural footprint. I'm not sure how this rezoning can say that they are supporting the climate initiative for the 2040 plan. There are also already numerous car accidents that happen along the Knox, Sheridan, and Perry main corridors. Nearby, this home is right by a corner/throughway along 12th that is already very dangerous to cross. Additional people and cars are only going to exacerbate this. It's also going to increase emissions that I really don't feel are being factored in here from the increased cars, as well as the carbon footprint of a larger lot. By approving this rezone, you will be sacrificing the health and safety of our neighborhood. This would be in direct opposition of the zoning code requirements for public health, safety, and welfare for our community. There's also a factor of desirability for the neighborhood and a commitment to keep the character. I personally moved to the Villa Park area to avoid previous neighborhoods I had lived in, such as Tennyson and Highlands, which are being demolished and are allowing high density housing exactly like this one. I value a neighborhood I can walk around and enjoy viewing the homes I pass. If the homes are allowed to be rezoned like this, outside of the already generously given ADU zoning, these lots are just going to become cookie cutter condos, and that's going to change the character of the neighborhood for worse and sacrifice the neighborhood that I love. As a result, the CPD recommendation that it thinks it is in alignment with, there was numbers 1, 3, and 5 up there. I really feel that the assessment is incorrect, and the board needs to oppose this until those are all cleared up.
Thank you very much. Next, Eric Einstein.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Eric Einstein, 1051 Lowell, just right up the street. And my back alley neighbors a lot of what's going on here. It's interesting that this was portrayed in the way that it was. I echo a lot of the sentiments of many of the other residents and neighbors of this property. The way it was presented is that this is in line with the character of the neighborhood. And unfortunately, it is not. although this might increase property values, it does not protect the residential character of the neighborhood. And the way that they portrayed the Villa Park plan and the Blueprint Denver plan portrays it as this is the same neighborhood that we have just north of the tracks, just north of the train tracks across 12th, where all of the high density housing has been built. These really tiny row homes with 8 to 10 units on a single or double lot, with overpacked parking, that many of them are being used potentially illegally as Airbnbs rather than as single family homes for families or multi-generational homes with ADUs. When I moved to this neighborhood, it was to move away from the city and the density a little bit, but still have the access while enjoying the single family homes and multi-generational units that do exist here and that they were encouraging and planning to encourage through all of those plans. The delineations they showed on those maps were not in line with many of the delineations that I saw in those blueprints and Villa Park plans that end at the light rail and then maintain the character of the neighborhood south of 12th, which is single family homes. There was one exemption to this, and there's a corridor where there are row homes that are being built. And we've already seen the issues that are happening with those, with Airbnb and the overcrowding of parking, even though they supposedly have enough parking for everyone. Because the units are so small, the type of people that are moving in there are using the parking areas for storage of skis, snowboards, expensive backcountry equipment and gear, instead of parking, and it's causing problems already. The lots that are immediately next to this have been sold by the city to Habitat for Humanity, which is a wonderful occurrence that will increase access to housing for families that were local to this area and people that want to stay here that can't afford the increasing housing prices in Denver. Building condos like this will not increase the diversity of housing. Thanks.
Next, Alan Chappell. Alan, it looks like you're unmuted, so you should be able to let us know you're there. Alan, it does look like you've unmuted yourself, but we're not hearing anything. Okay, I'm going to propose that we turn to calling for if there's anyone else who's come to speak on this topic, and then we'll return to Alan. Alan, you may have something going on with your microphone. Not clear. Zoom looks good, but we're not hearing you. Is there anyone else who's come to speak to this item? Please use the raise hand feature. Not seeing anyone else, so we will turn to questions from the board to staff, the applicants, or any of our speakers, and we'll come back to Alan before we conclude this part of the agenda to see if we can hear you. Questions? Fred.
A question for staff. I just want to make sure, because I heard a lot of commentary from people who participated in the West Area Plan Steering Committee, and it seemed to say that this wasn't aligned with those recommendations. My recollections of what was in that plan are a bit different. So I wonder if you could dive a little bit deeper into that piece for us, just how it aligns or does not align. This application does or does not align with what's recommended in the West Area.
Can you speak into the microphone, please? We are not able to hear you on the Zoom meeting.
Okay. You could maybe just
why don't you?
Can you hear me better there?
You want to sit here by this?
Okay. Okay. I think that this should be good enough. I guess. Okay. Can you hear me there better? Okay.
Thank you. So much better.
Okay.
Thanks.
And I was saying that I can't really speak of the process of the West Area Plan because I wasn't part of that steering committee, but I can speak to the recommendation that we see in the draft of the plan. And there were some changes in this area. It went back and forth a few times. So because I saw some different iterations and conversations with that team, this area, just a couple of weeks ago, we looked closer to Knox, right? And now we're looking at Lowell. So we're like 2 blocks west. And that area, the West Area Plan draft calls for low medium. And there is a very clear definition of what low medium entails, and that's single unit, duplexes, 2 units, and row houses. So what the applicant is requesting is part of the definition of what West is suggesting for that area.
Great, thank you.
I just had one, it's not so much a question, but I'll do it now. First, thank you for bringing up the West Area Plan. It is in this liminal space because it's not a draft. It has been approved by the planning board, but it is not yet adopted. So I think you did exactly perfect in presenting it as not part of the adopted plans for our consideration, but something that we need to know about because we have approved the plan and it's on the way to adoption. So thank you so much for that. I can't form that in this form of a question, but I thought for our further discussions, it was important to get that out. Other questions? Caitlin?
I think I know the answer to this, but I just for the record want to be clear and understand it. So when you look at the existing zoning around it, it is showing as urban edge, but the urban context is what's being requested here, and I believe Blueprint recommended urban, and that's why it's urban. But it's just that I guess I'm just curious on that consistency with Blueprint in that it's very clearly urban edge throughout, but the Blueprint says urban.
So yeah, because the zoning currently is E, so urban edge, you're correct, but Blueprint Denver came later, and we see that that area now has the station, has like the Knox RTD station. So that's why Blueprint thinks that this area should be urban. To be fair, the differences between ERH 2.5 and URH 2.5 are minimal. There's only like one slight difference that it's like E, they were to do a single unit house, it allows for this urban building form. U doesn't, but because they're doing row houses, there's no difference. So it's basically the same, but that's why they're going for U, because the direction of the Blueprint is for urban and not urban edge like it used to be before.
So this is a complex question, and we don't have the answer, so I don't expect you to, but I clearly see this tension around a highly vulnerable area where we have this clear direction that our plans say we need a greater variety of building forms, more density in housing, for in fact the purpose of affordability and the purpose of preventing displacement. But then we hear the concerns raised from the surrounding residents that they actually think this will cause displacement. And so, I mean, I think we see this in a lot of neighborhoods, right? And I think that's where the equity analysis starts coming in. But I'm just curious if you have anything to add on that, because I know it's a struggle for a lot of neighborhoods in the city, right? Where you see some additional investment, see some density getting added, but does that further displacement or prevent it? You know, and I think it depends on who moves into these units sometimes and the price of units. So it's not something we get to control. But.
Yeah, and I think that one thing that I would add, that was the staff report, but there was a lot of information there, is that we see that missing middle would help diversify the type of units, and we see that as something that could help, exactly what you're saying, to bring more people here. It's difficult to see it, I think, when you're thinking of one lot, but when you think more in general in the area, if we bring more units that are smaller, we could help diversify the area. But yeah, I hear your struggle, and I think we all hear the struggle.
Following up a bit on that question, and then I have a second question. You know, again, not that the fact that they're planning to build 8 units is one of our criteria, but I'm just curious, because this issue of displacement and gentrification has been brought up, and 8 units falls under the requirement that one of them be affordable. How does the city, from a planning standpoint, how are you thinking about that, where, theoretically there right now is one single family de facto affordable unit there. There could be 9 units with an affordable for sale with rezoning, but I guess they're very strategically choosing to build 8 instead of 10. And so how does the city think through that from a planning standpoint? Because if everybody comes and proposes 8 units, 9 units in Villa Park, that does seem to have a negative impact.
I don't know if I can speak of that. I don't know if you, I think that it's also a factor of the size of the lot. Like, I don't think that they're purposely doing 8 not to fall in the 9 that are required for like we don't look at the site plan, we don't look at the drawings, so we don't really like what we're looking here is like the use of the land. So we think that this area, this lot is appropriate to have a row house building for, even if it was like a 4,500 square feet site that we're going to build 2 units, we would still think that it's appropriate no matter of the lot, no matter of the amount of units in the building. That's not part of our criteria.
Sure. Yeah.
Come up here. People are having a hard time hearing, so maybe stand over there somewhere.
To be transparent about this, so I'm invested on this with our time. So we're leveraging our group as a time into this project, just as they are into the property itself. But we work for a number of developers in town, specifically on the north side of the bridge. To your concern, what I see, very few are coming to us with those incentives. However, the new affordable guidelines that just went are very new. So the murmurs are starting. What I would recommend is, on the planning case, is when we have developers come to us, their next question is, what are my tax incentives to do such a thing? Or a fast track review process. It's already coming around that they have the fast track review process, but they're not actually seeing that move quicker. That's what I'm hearing. So, because you can't be prescriptive with the design of the buildings at the end of the day. So if we can incentivize the developers that hire us, I think review process and then maybe just spoon feed them knowledge for incentives that may be federal or state taxes.
And then I just had another question for staff. And again, to Joel's point, I know that West Area Plan hasn't been adopted, but I am a bit confused, similar to Caitlin, that this seems one of the exact locations that there was a call for more density, and then staff brought back and said the community has spoken. They don't want that kind of density here. Even though Blueprint says it should be more dense in this location, the West Area Plan is going to call for more limited density to protect exactly the concerns that were articulated by some of the speakers this evening. And so can you address that? Because it does feel like that was presented to us the last time you presented the West Area Plan. And I know it's not yours, so.
Yeah, so Blueprint calls for high medium. So that's up to 5 stories. So it's much more intensity. So, and this whole area is high medium. So I think that there was like some more granular look at this area in the West Area Plan. And that's why like the one that I brought a couple of weeks ago, it was more commercial, but still 5 stories. And here that we're a little bit further west, there were some conversations, or what I hear from the community, that they wanted to be less intensive. So again, like the low median, it's still residential, but it has that caveat that they're expecting to see duplexes and row houses. So it's still considered like a residential area with lower density than what Blueprint suggests, but it's still more than single unit. Like the plan doesn't say that they should be only single unit houses.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
Explore a couple questions with you. One of the speakers said it doesn't meet justifying circumstances. So the analysis for justifying circumstances, one of the ways it can meet is since the time this area was last rezoned, there's been new plan guidance adopted. Blueprint Denver has been adopted since then, and then the West Area Plan has not yet been adopted, but simply Blueprint Denver means it meets justifying circumstances. Again, this is a very, from a technical rezoning criteria perspective, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And then kind of framing the conversation for us when we go into our deliberations. In terms of adopted plan guidance, there's the West Colfax plan, which calls for 1 to 5 stories and multi-unit. And this proposal, if that's all we had, would meet that. The row houses were well within what that would have. Blueprint Denver then in 2019 kind of restated and reaffirmed that, the up to 5 stories, multi-unit, that kind of thing. So in terms of adopted plan guidance, this is well within that and very small compared to what that could be. And then if we were in the position that we had approved the West Area Plan and it called for something less than is being applied for, we'd be in a really awkward position because the adopted plan guidance, this would fit, but the plan guidance we know is about to be adopted that we've already approved is not, but that's not the position we're in. Your analysis shows, and the future places section of the West Area Plan calls for the mix of housing at low medium that you talked about, where it's small scale multi-unit buildings up to 2.5 stories, dispersed among single and 2-unit buildings. We've got single, 2-unit, the very next thing up is row house. So that is the smallest multi-unit building that's not row house. So your advice to us is that even if West Area Plan that's been approved, not yet adopted, had been adopted, this would meet that as well. So we're not in the uncomfortable position of plans fighting with each other. It's been scaled down, but this is still within the scaled down. Is that a summary of what we're...
That is correct. And I would like to add that the applicant, because this application came earlier, and we thought it was prudent to wait for West to come over first, so you could see West, you could get it advanced. So the applicant was willing to wait and postpone the public hearing so that we could follow those steps. And I thought that that was like a really good suggestion and a really good step to take.
And taking a break from the maps for a moment, some of the folks who spoke have spoke to plan, West Area Plan, calling for anti-displacement strategies to be implemented. And there could be a range of anti-displacement strategies helping people with staying where they are, economically helping them stay where they are, implementing with financial assistance ADUs that allows more financial stability, etc. Is it the department's opinion that calling for anti-displacement strategies means don't allow rezonings? Because that would be new to me.
Like rezonings are applicant driven, and we need to follow the 5 criteria, and they comply with the 5 criteria and within the plans. Like we cannot stop a rezoning.
Thank you. Questions, Scotia?
Just a quick technical question to confirm, because I heard somebody talking to urban design, and there was a question, all the units are going to be facing the street. I see in a zoning code that that's a requirement for the row house building form. That is correct.
Yeah, and I can let the applicant, but for what he told me, the plan is that they will, so they need to be, and they will.
Thank you.
No other questions. We will go back to Ellen Chappell. Ellen, can you unmute and we'll see if we can hear you. We're looking for Ellen Chappell. You were unmuted before. There you are. You're unmuted again. Can we hear you?
Can you hear me?
If you'd like to start with your name and address for the record, we'll take your comments.
Yes, hi, my name is Alan Chappell. I'm a resident at 1060 Lowell Boulevard. I live just up the street from this proposed rezoning. Like so many of the others, I strongly oppose this rezoning. This kind of rezoning drives speculation in our neighborhood, causing property values to go up and displacing people who live on fixed incomes, and also people who want to live in the neighborhood despite this changing character. There's plenty of affordable housing in our neighborhood, This is not filling a need that we have. This is purely based on speculation by a non-resident to cause development in our neighborhood. The density is too much that is proposed, and it's not what residents who anchor a neighborhood want. If this board approves this, they are tone deaf and not paying any attention to what the residents who have opposed this have said. I've lived in this neighborhood for 15 years, and this kind of growth is happening rapidly and displacing people who want to live in the neighborhood because they will see the value of what is happening here and they will sell and leave. So it is the opposite of what is being proposed. It is causing displacement. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Do we have any additional questions with that last comment? Okay, with no other questions, I will close the public hearing and ask for deliberations. Mary.
Yeah, I just wanted to again bring up the dates that are on the maps and the equity analysis, and I'll keep bringing that up every time we have an equity analysis until we get more current maps. Looking at data from 2018 and 2015, I don't think helps us have a clear understanding of the factors that we look at to assess vulnerability. So it's frustrating to keep seeing that. I also want to just raise the point of the recommended actions for the applicants in light of sort of the vulnerability assessment. I am really glad that this is there because I feel like it means that we're moving in the right direction as a city, that we're starting to look at this, but I'm unclear what we expect the outcomes to be. Some of the recommended actions are clearly beyond what an applicant for a single property could be responsible for. And so, you know, other than a check in the box activity, I'm not sure what the purpose is. So I think scaling the ask around those is really appropriate. And then also having a response from the applicant that addresses them. Sometimes I think the applicant responses, again, are just, okay, we're gonna fill in our box and we'll keep going. And so, again, I think that we're moving in the right direction, but I would like to see us fine tune that. And if there's support from planning board that we can offer in terms of thinking through how we can improve that process, I would be really excited to have that conversation. And then, Caitlin, you brought up sort of this tension that we're hearing between, you know, wanting to have more units there as a response to displacement pressure and rising housing costs, but also clearly hearing something else from the community. And I think the problem is, you know, we all feel what we feel in the moment and see what we see in the moment. And I think this is actually a reaction to having the light rail station there, and that the opportunity for really thinking through and acting on anti-displacement activities around city capital improvements is where that needs to happen. And then there's this tough tension point as change happens. So I definitely appreciate the concerns of the people who spoke in opposition, but I do feel like this rezoning application meets the criteria, and I will be voting yes tonight.
Thank you. So I definitely hear all the concerns, and I think this is a tough conversation, but what's going on through my mind is what are the alternatives? I mean, what would we be accomplishing by preserving the existing zoning, and would it preserve existing structure that is looks like it's condemned, not livable? Preserving existing use. I mean, in this case, the zoning not only preserves or protects the building envelope, but it also protects the use and limits it to single unit use. So if this property was to be redeveloped, which likely is to be redeveloped, it would result in a large single family home. That's probably going to be 5,000 square feet, definitely not affordable, and is going to limit it to just one family, whereas what's proposed in front of us is actually 8 homes or 8 families. Yes, they're smaller. I don't know that we can speculate how many residents there are going to be, and they're going to be children or not. Maybe there will be families with children who just prepare smaller homes. I think it's definitely what's proposed in front of us definitely a better alternative that preserving existing zoning, existing use, and it also meets the criteria. I mean, it meets the adopted plans. So in my mind, I will be supporting the application.
I appreciate all of that. I think the most, the piece that I'm struggling with the most is that 2 steering committee members for the West Area Plan testified today saying this is not what they believe their neighborhood plan is calling for, and so to me that you know, I think I agree with Gosha and Mary that the rezoning today meets the criteria, but that flags for me a disconnect that this is a brand new, not even yet adopted plan. And if 2 steering committee members are already saying this rezoning is not reflective of the work we did, that raises a red flag for me. And so I think, you know, I know one piece of feedback we gave on the plan was that there's a lot in here and then it might be confusing for community members. And that feels true today. So I hear you all on this call and I appreciate that feedback. You know, I will say that as somebody who purchased a multifamily building in a neighborhood that at the time was only single family residential, because it gave me walkable access to the A-line station. In my case, it allowed me to not own a car. I do think this is exactly the type of development we want near our transit stations, and it allowed me at the time to purchase a building that I otherwise would not have been able to afford within that neighborhood. So I do think that allows for, you know, regardless of who moves into these places, it does allow for individuals to own and be in the communities that they grew up in. And I can say that because that's what I did. And so those are just 2 thoughts, 1 on the disconnect and 2 that I do think this meets the criteria and is appropriate for approval today.
Yeah, I share a lot of what's been said, and thank you all. And thanks to those who commented. I as somebody who read the West Area Plan very, very closely, I'm struck at how seemingly, in my mind, perfectly aligned with what I read this proposal is, down to the orientation of the lot, with the long lot side facing the gulch. And we certainly read in there about how new development should be oriented toward the gulch as well. So yeah, that disconnect is concerning, and I don't know if it's the length, which is something that has concerned me for a long time as well. But boy, it is strange that there's such a disconnect between what I think is pretty clearly written in that plan and community perceptions of what that plan says. I think the point about Gosha's point, I think, is particularly relevant about the alternatives. If this neighborhood stays solidly SU, it does strike me that the likely outcome is very valuable, large single-family properties. It's a very desirable location right near the rail. There's great advantages to being there. So do you end up with some moderately affordable row houses, or do you end up with some pretty astronomically priced single-family residences? And that anti-displacement issue is an important one. And I'm not sure that it's solvable right here, right now, through the zoning. There may be other tools that are necessary. I was struck, and we talk about involuntary displacement often, and one of the commenters he was describing was people deciding to cash in. and seeing the property values have gone up, and they're going to sell their house because they want to cash in on that. I'm not sure that that's the same as involuntary displacement. And I also think it's important to note the sustainability issues. We heard comment that this was really bad from a sustainability standpoint, but a lot of what I know about sustainability says that densifying housing to preserve open space rather than sprawl is important, as is proximity to things like transit and cycle infrastructure, which I note this is also that Gulch's fantastic bike infrastructure, having ridden it a number of times. So again, it's always possible to interpret things different ways. Where I'm sitting, it does seem to meet some of those sustainability goals as well. So I certainly will be supporting it, certainly share a lot of my colleagues' concerns.
Thanks to everyone who came to speak. Apologies for the folks that I mispronounced your names. Names are important, and I listened carefully when you told me what your name was, so thank you very much. My colleagues have more or less covered the ground I think that needs to be covered here. I do think this meets all 5 criteria and would meet the criteria if the West Area Plan had been adopted by City Council at this time. The West Area Plan really refined what was in the previous plans and directed this low medium, this step up coming from the south to this first edge along the Gulch to being a mix of these low-scale, multi-unit, single-unit, and 2-unit all together in that first block against the Gulch. It also recommends this first block coming up from the south right next to the Gulch go from urban edge to urban. So I think this is doing what that said. Now, the thing that I'm sensitive to, that I'm hearing behind a lot of this is, while this may represent consistency with the plans from a mapping perspective, the zoning that's being applied for is consistent with the future place type and the context maps that we look at. There are a lot of aspirations in the West Area Plan for other tools to be in place that will help people stay in their homes throughout the area. And although it wasn't really formulated this way, I think what I'm hearing behind some of this is those aren't in place yet. And if those were in place, then maybe this evolution on individual lots as it occurs wouldn't feel so risky. And I just want to acknowledge that. It isn't really, as I see it, part of the criteria we could use to point to say, therefore deny a zoning that is consistent with the plan. But I think it emphasizes the next task. Those of you who were on the steering committee who came to the planning board public hearing recall my comments at the end. These plans aren't self-implementing. So after getting it approved and after getting it adopted, I strongly encourage the community to stay after your elected representatives, CPD, and all the other departments that are relevant to the other recommendations and plans to do the things the plan calls for, bring reality to the call for a variety of anti-displacement tools and other measures, because you're right, they are all recommendations. But in this very narrow topic before us today, does this rezoning meet the 5 criteria in front of us? I do believe it does. And I hope all of you who are close to the plan, even if you would prefer not to see this zoning go forward, you can see what it is that we're looking at and how we reach that conclusion. I will be supporting this. Other deliberation. Would someone like to make a motion?
I will. I move to recommend that City Council approve application 2022I-00146, rezoning 1085 North Lowell Boulevard from ESUD 1X to URH 2.5, finding that the applicable review criteria have been met.
Second.
Moved by Mary and seconded by Mary Beth. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, I'll move to a roll call vote. Rachel?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Mary?
Aye.
Fred?
Aye.
Dosha?
Aye.
Caitlin?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. That motion passes unanimously. We are on to the next item on the agenda, which is item 7, official map amendment application 2022I00207, rezoning of 5055 West 29th Avenue from PUD 83 to UMX3. This is a public hearing. The public hearing is open. And Robert, hey, hi. Haig. 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 I had it and then I missed it. Robert Haig will give you a second.
Thank you. All right. Good afternoon, Planning Board. Thank you for taking the time to hear this case today. My name is Rob Haig. I'm a senior city planner with CPD. I'm going to present an overview of the map amendment 5005 West 29th Avenue. Subject property is located in Council District 1 in the West Highland neighborhood. The subject property is a 13,034 square foot zone lot at the intersection of 29th Avenue and 8th Street. There's a commercial and mixed use development that exists along, corridor that exists along 29th Avenue, along Sheridan Boulevard, with residential areas that straddle the corridor on 29th Avenue, north and south. Subject property is currently zoned PUD 83, which is a former Chapter 59 custom zone district that specifically allows a transmission repair shop at this site in this exact configuration. The proposed UMX3 zone district would allow for a mix of uses with a maximum height of 3 stories. And the UMX zone district is consistent with the zoning along this section of 29th Avenue. To the north and south of this corridor is USUC1 single unit zone district. The most recent land use on the subject property was industrial, which reflects the transmission repair shop that was approved in the PUD. This is part of the 29th Avenue, excuse me, this part of 29th Avenue supports a mix of uses and is surrounded by other predominantly residential uses. This slide shows some of the character of the surrounding area. The photos on the right, and the top right shows the residential development to the north of the subject property. The area, or excuse me, the photo in the middle on the right shows a photo of the subject property. The photo in the bottom right-hand corner shows the photo of the development immediately across east to the east. And then the photo in the bottom of the screen shows the property to the south of 29th Avenue across 29th. So the process up to this point, the informational notice was sent early January. Planning board notice was posted and sent on February 13th this year. The planning board hearing is of course today, with the city council public hearing scheduled for the beginning of May. So at this point, public comment has been received, generally in opposition to the rezoning request. Comments highlight concerns about the use expanding off the zone lot, about commercial vehicles parking on public rights of way. And these opposition comments detail potential zoning violations. In response to these comments, we've reached out to the property owner and applicant to work on resolving these. Our department has also opened a zoning violation case, did an inspection, issued a notice of violation to the applicant, and they're working to resolve the noted zoning violations. This is an excerpt from the existing PUD 83 that again limits the site to the development that is specifically there and the use that was currently operating on site, which is the transmission repair shop. The proposed zone district would allow for townhouse, shopfront, general building forms, as well as the drive-through building forms. There are also building form standards that provide a transition from this UMX3 zone district to the protected residential zone districts to the north. As you know, the Denver Zoning Code has 5 review criteria that are used when evaluating zoning proposals. The first criteria is that the rezoning request must be consistent with adopted plans. There are 2 adopted plans that apply to this rezoning request. First is Comprehensive Plan 2040, and the other is Blueprint Denver. The rezoning is consistent with several strategies of Comprehensive Plan 2040, but I'll just go over these 2 quickly. This map amendment will promote strong and authentic neighborhoods by continuing to build the mixed-use corridor along West 29th Avenue. It also promotes environmental resiliency by promoting development where infrastructure already exists. Taking a look at Blueprint Denver, the subject property is mapped as urban neighborhood context. This context is described as having low intensity mixed use buildings embedded in single and 2-unit residential areas. This embedded mixed use corridor along West 29th Avenue generally fits this description. The Blueprint Future Place Types map designates the subject property as a local corridor future place type. These places primarily provide options for dining, entertainment, and shopping, and also may include some residential and employment uses. Heights are generally up to 3 stories, and a UMX3 zone district would effectively implement this plan guidance, providing building form standards to aid in the transition to the adjacent residential neighborhoods. Blueprint Denver Growth Area Strategy Map designates this area as all other areas of the city, where we expect to see 10% of new job growth by 2040 and 20% of new housing. Staff also finds that the requested rezoning proposal meets the next 2 criteria. So the rezoning will result in district regulations that are uniform with other UMX3 zone districts throughout the city, and will further the public health, safety, and welfare, primarily through the implementation of the adopted plans, but also by the continuation of this mixed-use corridor with walkable and bikeable access to the surrounding residential areas. The justifying circumstance for this rezoning is the retained former Chapter 59 PUD that exists on the subject property. The proposed rezoning brings the subject property into the Denver zoning code, which modernizes the zoning on the property and provides for appropriate flexibility for future uses. Lastly, the UMX3 zone district applies to areas or intersections primarily served by local and collector streets, where a building scale of 1 to 3 stories is desired. Proposed rezoning is consistent with the urban neighborhood context description, mixed-use district general purpose statement, and the UMX3 zone district specific intent statement. Therefore, based on the criteria outlined in this presentation, as well as detailed in the staff report, staff recommends that the planning board forward a recommendation of approval 2022-00207 to City Council. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I do also believe that the applicants are here, don't have anything prepared unless that's changed. They're here to answer questions. That's all.
Here to answer questions. All right, thank you. Okay. All right, we'll now move to public comment. We have 5 people signed up in advance. I'll call those names so that you know you're on the list. And if there are others who'd like to speak on this item, please raise your hand in the room or online afterwards. And we'll be sure everybody who's come to speak gets a chance. The 5 we have signed up to speak are Alex Newman, Tony DeVito, Dino DeVito, Shannon Stortz, and Timothy Stortz. And as we start, I would note that in the staff report, the presentation we just had was mentioned letters that have been received. Planning board has received all of those letters with time to read them. Call first on Alex Newman.
Yeah, hi, Alex Newman. I live at 2918 Yates Street, across the street. Been here for about, I want to say 8-9 years. And I'm in favor of much of this. I'd like to make it so that it's only 2 stories versus 3. There's been construction over on Sheridan that's either 4 or 5 stories that completely destroys all the views. It makes it so there's traffic everywhere. There's backup all the way down the street. And having more and more people living on top of each other between there, as well as off of Tennyson, is only going to make the neighborhood just extremely more congested. In addition to that, Applewood has been nothing but helpful and a great neighbor. So I have nothing against them. I just think that the size of the structure is actually going to be the biggest issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Tony DeVito.
All right, good afternoon, zoning board. My name is Tony DeVito. I'm a board member of 2481 Yates Street, LLC, and also a native of this area of Sloan's Lake. The concern I have with the expansion of this commercial business is tied to the day-to-day operations in a residential neighborhood. In addition to staff that work at this location, numerous service technicians report to this facility, switch vehicles, dispatched, to their service calls. So we deal with a lot of the parking of their workers and then the switch of the vehicles and their vehicles in the residential area on the weekends. Applewood, we've observed their vehicles utilizing Yates Street, Zenobia Street, alleyways in between, Byron and 23rd all the way up to 32nd. Has an operational traffic impact study been conducted regarding this expansion? Especially given the city's investment in Byron, 23rd, 26th, 29th in traffic calming measures. There's ped bulb outs near the lake. There's dedicated bike lanes. There's road diets that have been done on 29th to actually reduce the lanes. And we truly appreciate all that the city has done in this investment. This is in recognition that this is a residential neighborhood, and we appreciate the emphasis on ped bike safety. So just kind of curious of how, expanding a business that increases day-to-day traffic kind of works in that light. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dino DeVito.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, I'm Dino DeVito. I'm also a board member of 2840 LLC and 2809 LLC, and also a property manager for several of my mom's properties in the area. We're concerned about the amount of traffic generated by Applewood Plumbing. I don't begrudge them their success. They have a very successful business operation and a huge advertising budget, and operate throughout the whole metro area, all the way down to Colorado Springs and all the way up to Fort Collins. They need to be relocated to an area that would service their ability to service their industry better, where they have access to main arteries and highways to conduct their business. They're not the mom and pop shop that moved into the neighborhood 20, 30 years ago. They're a large operation. Their traffic that they generate is continual. When they have trash dumpsters outside their unit that are picked up on a daily basis, and they block off the traffic on Yates, both directions, and turning off at 29th while that is occurring on a daily basis. And it's also noisy, as I've noticed from our rental across the street, because they're dumping hot water tanks and toilets and large items. And so when these trash trucks are dumping, it's a lot of material, and there is also some blowback on the street from that. They are a commercial operation. They really don't belong in a residential neighborhood, and I am not in favor of any expansion of their operation in that neighborhood. I would be in favor of a UMX3 if it was a residential building that was being built and then sold off as another apartment. But even that, the traffic in that area, because of there's 3 other apartments that have been built in that area. Currently, one is under construction on the corner of Xavier and 29th. And although parking is addressed, it's never enough. There's a lot of side parking that goes on. And this is a huge impact to our neighborhood, but the traffic generated from an operation of this magnitude, it's almost like a FedEx. These guys are going in and out continually, 7 days a week, 24/7. It's a large operation. I lost my feed. I don't know, can you still hear me?
Yes, you have 20 seconds.
Okay, I don't begrudge Applewood's success. I just think they need to really look at what they are doing in this neighborhood, and perhaps it's time for them to move on to a more commercial area. I don't think it's enhancing the desirability and character of the neighborhood or the property values in the area with their operation.
Thank you very much.
Thank
next, Shannon Storts.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Yes, my name is Shannon. I live at 2904 Yates Street, so basically directly across from this proposal. And what I would say is I'm also not in favor of this expansion or any expansion on this. Everything that I wanted to be documented has been already communicated, so I don't want to rehash all of that. But I would probably sum it up in a couple areas. Is they already have 3 or 4 buildings, and I agree with the gentleman who spoke prior to me of maybe they should look for a more commercial area rather than continuing to try to have their business adjust to the area. And I'd also like to better understand, I couldn't quite hear the gentleman that spoke at the beginning proposing it, but I'd like to understand why they need to build or the justification on building a 3-story building rather than just using the existing building. And then I also agree with the parking and inconvenience. As of right now, the buildings that they have in the area, they do take parking along the residential streets, both with the Applewood vehicles as well as personal vehicles. And many of the employees either tend to hang out there or really just take up the space there. So overall, just wanted to learn more, and that's why I'm on the meeting today, but I am not in favor of the overall expansion. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Timothy Stewart. Timothy Stewart, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, basically everything that's been said so far is what I would like to speak to. I'm just in opposition of the height of the building. I think it's fine to be 2-story. That's would be in line with everything else around there. The new commercial spaces that have been multi-story along Sheridan and 29th, I don't think those are adequate enough parking for them. And even at present, there is not enough parking around there. They've taken away the parking in front on that corner with the bike lanes, and you no longer can park there when the Mexican restaurant is operating at lunch or in the evening. There is absolutely 0 parking around the neighborhood for any of the residents, for visitors to come over. So I am in opposition to it as well, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Now we'll call on anyone who's come to speak to this item we didn't have pre-signed up. I see one hand up from Lee Bird. I'll look in the room. Is anyone else here to speak to this item? And if anyone else is online who's come to speak to this item, please raise your hand. Lee Bird, we're going to ask you to unmute.
Hi, my name is Lee Bird. I live on 2928 Yates Street, so directly across the street from the property with this rezoning. Yeah, my concerns are the parking. Obviously, I see people parking up, sometimes almost blocking my driveway of the folks from Applewood. I don't have an issue overall with Applewood. I know that in some ways I feel like the lesser of 2 evils. The place could be sold and all of a sudden be 3-story places across the other, not the lot that we're talking about, but the other areas. But you know, it's just a lot for that area. So my questions are, how much parking is involved in this new development? And also another big question for me is the lot on the west side from them that they own that has 1-story offices. What are the plans for that lot? Are they keeping it? Are they going to sell that off to pay for this, therefore putting in maybe another 3-story residential complex there? So there's just so much traffic and so much parking coming up our street, and it's an awful dense development for, you know, what has been a pretty, when I've been there since 2007, you know, you could cross 29th pretty easily to get down to the lake. Now you have to wait a while, and they've, you know, just concerned about that parking and concerned about the additional traffic and concerned about the density and just on that area there. So thank you.
Thank you. That is the only hand that I saw up. So we'll now turn to questions from the planning board to staff, the applicant, or any of our speakers. I will start with a question to the applicant team. Can you tell us about your public outreach? You come over here and maybe come that way because we've got this just one little microphone, and start with your name and address for the
Josh. Excuse me, Josh Gordon. I'm representing 5005 West 29th Avenue. My dad actually owns the property. As far as public outreach, we sent a postcard to all the immediate neighbors that provided a list for them within 200 feet. So we did that. We met with the Highlands Neighborhood Association. That was a couple months ago. We met with the Mayor of Sandoval. So that's pretty much the extent of it. And of course, the city sent out mailers as well after that.
Any further questions?
I have a question for the staff. So there were some comments that kind of suggested that maybe.
Sorry.
Yes. Thank you. That maybe the neighborhood would prepare that this type of business relocated elsewhere, and then maybe residential or other uses would come in that are more conducive to the neighborhood. So can you speak about current zoning, what it allows, what doesn't allow, and speak to the proposed zoning, say if this business was to relocate to a different area, you know, how the building could be redeveloped under current zoning?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the current zoning really only allows, the PUD is so specific, it even has a site plan, and exactly prescribes exactly what's there now, right? So it has to be a transmission repair shop. It can't be any other type of automotive use. It has to be a transmission repair shop. It have to be in the same footprint of that building. Parking layout would have to be the same. So it really can't change. It really can't be anything else in the previous use as it currently is zoned. If the rezoning were to be approved and the current owner were to not develop the property, and as you know, and I'll reiterate it just for the commenters as well, that when we review these proposals, we're looking at the zone district that's proposed by the applicant and any use that could be allowed there. So not a specific development, so not the Applewood use that might move in. We have to look at the gamut of uses. So that range of uses extends from multifamily residential use, commercial retail uses, restaurant uses, and any of those uses could move in any combination. Office uses would also be allowed. So I think that completely answers your question, as far as what might be allowed there, and then also what is currently allowed.
Thank you.
Yeah, Rachel.
If the only thing that's currently allowed is a transmission repair shop, how is there a plumbing business too?
So the plumbing business, and correct me if I'm getting any of this wrong, but my understanding is they operate in the buildings across 29th Avenue and across the alley on the other side.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
So,
but they would potentially acquire it, or are the contracts being acquired?
That's my understanding. Yeah, they either have or are under. So some of the comments I think are about the uses on those other properties.
Thank you.
I have one question I wanted to ask. And we heard from a couple of commenters that they were broadly supportive, but concerned about 3 stories versus 2 stories. So I wonder if you'd just speak to us a little bit about why an MX3 versus an MX2.
Great question. So the MX3, UMX3, ultimately falls within the plan guidance that we have for the area, being the local corridor, future place type in the urban neighborhood context, as well as aligning with the zoning across 29th and along this corridor. And we felt like the transition language within the plan was kind of baked into the zoning code, so to speak, in those transitions to the neighboring properties to the north protected district. So that's kind of where we landed at supporting the 3-story district that's being proposed.
Any other questions? Yeah, Caitlin.
But certainly this is a comment or a question, but I think it is so I look at the description of UMX3 in our code, and it talks about promoting safe, active, and pedestrian scale, diverse areas for the use of building forms, clearly define and activate the public street edge, great. And to enhance the convenience, ease, and enjoyment of transit, walking, shopping, and public gatherings within and around the city. And I guess I'm curious if you have a sense. I think it is not very common in these sort of embedded UMX3 corridor areas to see a business kind of buy up and use multiple buildings, right? You do see a little bit more of that variety of here's this restaurant, here's this office, here's this mixed-use building. And so, I mean, I think the problem for us is that's not something we don't control the businesses that go in, we control the UMX3. I'm just curious if you have a sense of how common or uncommon kind of that consistency of a business doing that in an MX3 area. I think it's just a little bit of an outlier in that way.
It might be. I'm not sure. I can't really. I'm trying to think of a case like you said, other than maybe a restaurateur in a corridor around several restaurants and things like that. But it's probably a little bit different. But off the top of my head, I can't think. So this might be a fairly unique situation. Each of the different properties would need, especially if it's bisected by a street. In this case, like on West 29th, they would need to be permitted separately and limitations and things like that. So there might be those types of limitations that would kind of break up the use a little bit. But again, that's kind of a little bit the next step in the process.
Can you talk to us a little bit about the building forms that are allowed in the zone district, and how, if the property was to be redeveloped under the new zoning code, like how the building needs to be sited relative to the street and transparency requirements and all that good stuff that we like to see in the urban context?
Good question. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to recall all of it, from memory. What I can recall from memory is the setback to the adjacent property that's in a protected district, 10 feet, the 25-foot setback above 27 feet. Looks like Andrew is helping me out here as far as the, like you said, and kind of to the previous points about activating the area and kind of addressing the street.
I'm sorry, didn't mean it to be a test.
Oh, no, it's okay.
I could do that myself.
So there's a 0-foot setback on the primary and side street. As far as building 2, the primary street has a build 2 requirement of 70% within 0 to 15, but there's not that requirement for the side street within the UMX.
I would also imagine there's requirements for transparency and active uses and the way the building needs to address the street.
Yes,
it's not going to be a parking lot in front of a building, the street and the building, right? The building is the parking needs to be behind the building. So I think I'm just trying to kind of get to long-term vision. How does the zoning accomplish long-term vision for the urban corridors? If the property was redeveloped under proposed zoning, what outcome would that produce? And is that outcome consistent with our vision for the corridors and urban context?
Sorry, one more question. This came up a little bit earlier, and I'm not sure that the answer, and I recognize that we can't hold you responsible for knowing what's currently happening with the property, but I'm not sure that that answer was accurate. I'm just looking at Google Street View, and I'm looking at an image that says it's from May 2021, and it does appear that Applewood is occupying the property. I see their trucks there. I even see a sign erected on the corner. So all of that, and I recognize that it's very challenging in terms of these restricted PUDs, but it does appear that the property is being used in violation of the code. Presumably that sign went up in violation of code.
That's correct.
Is there any impact on an application for a map amendment going through council for a property that's currently kind of in willful violation?
That's a great question. And so all of those items you mentioned, even operating anything aside from the transmission shop on the site is a violation, and it's cited in the notice of violation that was issued to the property owner, as well as the sign, and then some of the other minor changes to the layout of the parking and things like that. So those are all violations that have been brought forward to the applicant, and they are in the process of working with our zoning neighborhood inspections team in order to resolve. As far as the question about how that might impact the review or ability to move forward, I'm not sure. Andrew, I might
or Nate, but I don't know.
But it doesn't affect the criteria, right? It's kind of where we landed when we were discussing this at our level, unless Nate has anything to add.
I agree with that. It doesn't affect whether or not it meets the criteria.
So maybe just the follow-on question for the applicant would be, in your architect's understanding of the new zoning we're applying for, will you be able to operate as you intend within the restrictions of the new zoning we're applying?
Yes, we believe so. Even basically right now it's being used as a parking lot. And once it's rezoned, even if we were to do nothing, just leave it as it is, we would be able to use it. And, potentially put something else.
Kind of a follow-up question. I saw in one of the notes that there was an issue about the size of the trucks that you're parking there. So are your trucks all under 2-ton trucks?
All of our trucks are 1-ton trucks.
Yeah. Okay, so that was not part of the enforcement action?
No, right now, because this is where it gets funky. None of that is applicable until they are under the Denver zoning code. So currently under the PUD, they're just kind of under a blanket violation of nothing is allowed. If they were to move into the zoning code after the rezoning, get their permits, and then were to have trucks that were too large, got a complaint from the neighbor, zoning neighbor inspections would have to come and check the trucks and kind of verify that they were under the 2-ton capacity that's allowed for that limitation.
There's a lot here. There's a lot of meat on this.
Other questions? Seeing no other questions, I'll close the public hearing and ask for deliberations. Rachel.
I just wanted to comment that I'm struck today on a number of these rezonings. What a ineffective tool zoning is at getting at most of the concerns that a neighborhood has for how they want their neighborhood to function, whether that is, intoxicated college students or gentrification or, wanting the mixed use commercial district to have certain types of uses. So, well, I think this certainly meets the criteria. I am just struck by, I can feel the exasperation from neighbors of this is the point in a public process where they can chime in about how they want their community to feel, and zoning's not an awesome tool for that. So.
Yeah, I think I'm going to also echo this and repeat my comment from the last rezoning where I kind of thought, what are the alternatives, right? I mean, maintaining current use doesn't solve the problem. Clearly there is violation. I think the new zoning at least brings the promise of possible future, whether it's a use that's more applicable, more welcomed by neighborhood, and building forms that are more appropriate in this context. So I will support it, but I echo the same concern. It's just better alternative moving forward, bringing it to the new zoning code and creating again framework for possible future.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think the current Chapter 59 highly restricted PUD puts us in a situation where there's really, I think, no choice that it needs to be rezoned. That's a terrible situation for a property to be in, and that's why we now have that as a justifying circumstance. I guess one of the things that I struggle with a bit And I think in the end, the plan guidance is pretty clear that this should be UMX3. There's that precedent with the other pieces around it. Really looking at the location where none of these buildings are really more than a single story, it looks like. I do wonder if UMX2 might have been more appropriate there. And I guess that's a level of granularity that, you know, we always struggle to get to that. And one of the things that I note that I think is important to keep in mind about a UMX2 zoning there, if that was where this was going, is that this use wouldn't be allowed. And that would very much change things. This is a contractor, and while it is an allowed use with limitations in UMX3, it's not an allowed use in UMX2. You know, so that having said that, I think there's some unfortunate elements to this, but I do think going back to the criteria, I don't see any path but to support this application in that context, particularly given the fact that it's surrounded by UMX3. And it, again, kind of raises those questions about specific instances and all of that. But I think that's it. I'm starting to ramble, but I think that's just what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just concur with my colleagues that I do believe this meets the criteria. I think the essence of the concerns we're hearing have a lot to do with people who aren't talking with one another, and they're neighbors to one another, commercial neighbors, residential neighbors. And I would hope that the applicant team and the neighbors who have concerns talk with each other. You've got a golden opportunity between planning board and city council, which is where this is going next, to talk with each other, not just about this rezoning, but how you live next to one another and things that could be different that would help living next to one another. I'd also encourage the neighbors who are living along this mixed use corridor to, if on-street parking contention is a big issue, and I think that was the main theme I hear through this, outside of zoning in the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure, there is a program for exploring how to manage on-street parking and how to share that, and in what parts of the blocks do residents get preferences versus in what parts that don't they, or for limited times. They have I forget what they call it, it's the Managed Parking Program in the Department of Transportation. All of these things, talking with one another, working on what the issue is, if it's parking or if it's something else, if it's noise, is something I would encourage. Because on this topic, my colleague Rachel is exactly correct. We're dealing just with zoning, but the things we're hearing about are things that have been pent up over time that aren't really zoning related, but you have a forum. Please make the most of that and build the relationship that you should have. On the criteria, I do think it meets the criteria. Specifically, the local corridor designation local corridor feature place type calls for up to 3 stories. So that's an exact match. And if we're just for a moment to entertain the counterfactual that maybe a 2-story mixed-use zoning would be more appropriate, I would disagree. I believe those 2-story mixed-use zone districts are really designed for embedded neighborhood use, not on corridors like these, which is why they have the more restrictive height and use list. But for the application we have in front of us, I'm happy to support it. Would someone like to make a motion?
I can. I move to recommend that City Council approve application 2022I-00207, rezoning 5005 West 29th Avenue from PUD 83 to UMX3, finding that the applicable review criteria have been met.
Second.
Moved by Rachel and seconded by Mary Beth. Any discussion on the motion? Move to a roll call vote. Rachel?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Mary?
Aye.
Fred?
Aye.
Gosha?
Aye.
Caitlin?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. That motion passes unanimously. We've been going for 2 hours and 10 minutes, so we should take a little break so we can come back for 2 really excellent info items. Just as a reminder for those who are watching, there was another rezoning listed on the agenda, but it was listed as having been withdrawn. So we are done with our regular agenda, and the next two items will be information items. Let's return in 10 minutes at 5:22.
Recording stopped.
If you could mute the room.
In February on Elevating Denver, a humanitarian effort challenges the Mile High City. Take a look back at 5 Points with the Emancipation Theater Company.
History, a story is always important.
And memories create bonds and profound writing.
Get it out of my head, out on paper, and therefore get that relief.
Those stories and more on the next episode of Elevating Denver.
Hey Denver, the decision is yours on April 4th. Make your voice heard by voting in the 2023 municipal election. Stay up to date on the candidates and the issues you'll see on your ballot at denverdecides.org. There you'll find Denver's most complete guide to help you choose your next mayor, city council members, and more. Candidate profiles, live candidate forums, and ballot issue breakdowns can all be found at denverdecides.org. Denver Decides, where Denver voters turn to get informed.
Winter is here, and icy sidewalk conditions can be dangerous for pedestrians. All Denver property owners are responsible for the sidewalk in front of their property. If you see an icy spot on a public sidewalk, call 311 or report the problem through pocketgov.com. Remember to include a picture if you can, as they are always helpful to identify the exact location. The city will then send out a neighborhood inspector to the address as soon as possible. Businesses and apartment buildings are required to begin snow removal as soon as it stops snowing. Residential properties have 24 hours until they have to shovel. Let's all do our part to keep Denver's sidewalks safe for everyone. Denver 311 and PocketGov are helping you navigate Denver city services.
Get ready, Denver. It's almost time to vote for our mayor, city council, clerk and recorder, auditor, and more on Election Day, April 4th. Ballots go out March 13th, and you have until March 27th to return it by mail or drop it off when it's convenient for you at any one of the citywide ballot drop boxes or drive-thrus. If you choose to vote in person, vote centers will be open through 7 p.m. on Election Day. To help research your vote, watch upcoming Denver Decides forums and visit denvervotes.org. Drop off your ballot or be in line to vote by 7 p.m. on Tuesday, April 4th. And be ready when it's time to vote.
Do you want to be active in your community, but you don't know when or where things are happening? Well, don't sweat it. Just check out the upcoming events calendar on denvergov.org. It's your one-stop shop for community meetings, online workshops, and more, so you can be fully informed and involved. You can even search by date, keyword, or even what neighborhood you live in. Plus, you can also see on what holidays the city is closed. The upcoming events calendar, yet another great feature on the all-new denvergov.org.
Hola Denver, la decisión es suya el 4 de abril. Haga oír su voz votando en las elecciones municipales de 2023. Manténgase actualizado sobre los candidatos y los problemas que verá en su boleta electoral en denverdecides.org. Allí encontrará la guía más completa de Denver para ayudarlo a elegir su próximo alcalde, miembros del Consejo Municipal y más. Los perfiles de los candidatos, los foros de candidatos en vivo y los desgloses de las boletas se pueden encontrar en denverdecides.org. Denver Decides, donde los votantes de Denver recurren para informarse.
Hey Denver, let's get ready to take action on climate change. Our residents have spoken, asking for better, more convenient ways to recycle and compost. Together, we can limit the amount of waste we send to the landfill. When food and other organic material ends up in the landfill, it rots and creates methane gas, a dangerous contributor to climate change. Denver wants to reduce our emissions by 65% by 2030. To help achieve this goal, Denver is rolling out expanded waste services in 2023. This means that Denver residents will see free weekly recycling and composting added to weekly trash pickup over the course of the year. Denver is well behind the national average in the amount we recycle and compost. Let's change that. Currently, Denver only sends about 26% of its waste to a recycling or compost center. With weekly recycling and compost, we can cut what we send to the landfill in half. Do you know the vast majority of food products, from apple cores to chicken bones to eggshells, can be composted? Not to mention most yard debris, including all those leaves that fall from your trees. These little changes add up and can help us achieve our climate goals, and we'll get there through a series of steps in 2023. Starting January 1st, 2023, every household in Denver will now have weekly recycling pickup. Set your purple cart out on your regular collection day when it's full. Otherwise, no need to pull it out. Additionally, composting services will be available to all households as well. These green carts will be rolled out beginning in the summer. You will receive a notice in the mail before your cart arrives. The city is moving toward a pay-as-you-throw model and will offer customers the option to exchange their current trash cart size for a small, medium, or large one. Your new bill will depend on the size of your trash cart. The smaller the cart, the lower the fee. With the addition of weekly recycling and composting, which is included at no extra cost, the amount of trash you put into these carts should drop, allowing you to reduce the size of your trash cart and helping reduce your bill. Here's what you need to do to prepare for this change, including applying for a rebate for financial assistance if your household qualifies. Look for your first quarterly invoice between January and March. At least 30 days before your first invoice arrives, we will mail you a letter with key info such as your account number and a parcel ID that you'll need to set up an account. Once you have this info, go to denvergov.org/utilities online to create an account. Once you have logged in, you can sign up for paperless billing, auto pay, view your cart sizes, and make service requests online. Eligible residents can apply for financial assistance. To find out if you qualify and to submit an application, visit denvergov.org/expanded collection. As compost carts are being delivered, the city will offer customers a credit on their quarterly invoice while they wait for their compost cart to arrive and they can divert more of their trash. If you are already a compost customer, your services will remain the same. We understand that paying for trash service is new, which is why we are including weekly recycling and compost to help you reduce the size of your trash cart and reduce your bill along with it. This is a big shift in the way Denver manages its waste collection, but it's necessary as we take direct action on climate change. To prepare, Denver is hiring new drivers, adding trucks to our fleet, and ordering additional carts. Also, additional technology is being added to the trucks to ensure efficient routes.
Item 9 on the
We appreciate
Managed Communities Text Amendment. Libby Kaiser will be presented, but first, Councilwoman Kinich would like to tell us about this item.
Good evening, everyone. How are you? Good. It's really nice to be here. I'm Robin Kinich, an at-large member of the council, and even though I've never served on the land use committee of the city council, I'm going for the largest number of land use bills ever of a council member who's never served on the committee. I hope you will help support me in achieving my goal. I am working with not only Community and Planning and Development and the Department of Housing Stability in running this ordinance, but also with Councilman Hines. Couldn't be here because he has a debate this evening, and we wanted to make sure he was on time. So I am here to just introduce this for both of us as co-sponsors. As you may know, Denver has kind of a track record of innovating new models of really trying to fill a gap where we have a gap between shelter for those experiencing homelessness and housing. And where we've had that gap in the past, you may remember the last time we did this was with tiny homes, and where we used a temporary unlisted use to experiment and pilot a new model for sheltering individuals in individual dwelling units, and then using that temporary unlisted use to refine that model, prove that concept out, and really doing a very service-rich, very supportive environment for individuals. And then I sponsored the ordinance to bring it into the zoning code and make it a part of our zoning code going forward, still as a temporary use, but something that could be permitted going forward on our sites. And that is really a similar trajectory to what has happened with what we have been calling safe outdoor spaces or temporary parking areas in the city. The terminology that was used in the temporary unlisted use, I believe, was sanctioned camping, temporary campsite. So that's the term in the temporary unlisted use. You're gonna see today that the terminology we're looking to use going forward is temporary managed communities as an umbrella to capture all of these. And so what they all have in common is an individual dwelling unit. And so what we would have is maybe it's a tiny home, a pallet shelter, maybe it's the igloo tents that you've seen at the Safe Outdoor Spaces, maybe it is the vehicle that someone's in. But all of those things, what they have in common is it's a dwelling, sleeping space for an individual or a couple and their pet, perhaps, which is really important. That has been a barrier that has put people into that gap between shelter and housing. And then it is an opportunity to get a communal restroom, a communal kitchen, communal services, and support towards more stability. Now, I want to say something really important before I turn it over to the technical team, which is that this is a model that is about filling a gap to save lives and get people on the path to more stability. Make no mistake, the answer to homelessness is housing. You are well familiar in this planning board with the city's extensive plans and our extensive investments in supportive housing, which is a model that is more than 85% successful in housing people leaving chronic homelessness, who've been homeless for many years, including directly from the streets to homelessness, from shelter to homelessness. It works. We have many other people who are rapidly rehoused directly from homelessness into really very quickly. They fall into homelessness and they are rapidly rehoused. They're not chronically homeless. We catch them very quickly and we rehouse them quickly. Those individuals also successfully rehoused. Those are really successful models. What's the problem? They're not to scale. This is not a substitute for housing. They are not to scale for the size of the challenge we face. And we are not willing to allow individuals to keep falling through the cracks. We have more than 2,000 people using shelter. That is an important life-saving tool. We're making it better. We have this investment in housing. This model that this team is going to talk to you about today is for those falling through in between those two strategies, reducing unsheltered homelessness. That's why we're here. And that temporary unlisted use was going to expire at the end of this calendar year. I felt uncomfortable leaving office with the work we've left undone to pass that on to the next council, the next administration. And I'm really grateful to be working on this ordinance so that we can put this into the zoning code for a path to make sure this option continues. And we'll be here to answer any questions that you all may have as the team presents. So Libby, take it away. Thank you.
Welcome, Libby Kaiser, and welcome Tina Axelrod, our zoning administrator.
Everybody here. My partner in crime. I didn't know.
Well, good evening all. I am Libby Kaiser with CPD, and I will be presenting the information item on temporary managed communities. Also here tonight is my colleague, Polly Kyle from Host, who's been working on this project as well. And I could give several more introductions as well. We have several folks here. So text amendment, as Councilmember Cage just said, this temporary use determination was a response to the COVID pandemic, and it was put into effect in November 2020 to allow for secured campsites comprised of tents or motor vehicles that provide sleeping accommodations for folks who are experiencing homelessness. And this use determination, again, does expire at the end of the year. This particular photo is a safe outdoor space at Regis University that's comprised of about 56 insulated tents, as well as there's portable bathroom facilities, staff trailer, and warming tents on this site as well. And in the past 2 years, 8 sites have provided shelter for 516 individuals, 180 of whom have transitioned into permanent housing. And while most of these sites have provided tents, sleeping accommodations, at least one of these sites has provided secure space for people to sleep in their vehicles. The photo on the right illustrates an individual who has a pet and who would otherwise be excluded from traditional congregate shelters. Nonprofits have managed all of these sites. They provide round-the-clock staff, sanitary facilities, and supportive services like meals and connections to permanent housing. After testing these sites during the pandemic and seeing their ability to successfully meet a need for unhoused residents in Denver, the city is proposing to update the zoning code to continue to allow for this use beyond the expiration of the current use determination. The zoning code already allows an array of temporary uses and has existing standards for temporary tiny home villages. Staff has been working on blending these existing regulations with the regulations that were specified in the unlisted use determination, while incorporating some minor changes based on lessons learned over the past couple of years. And as Councilmember Kinch mentioned, the use in the zoning code will be temporary managed communities moving forward. The intent in developing these regulations is to similarly apply rules to a variety of temporary sleeping accommodations, including tents, vehicles, tiny homes, and pallet shelters. These photos illustrate pallet shelters, which are similar to tiny homes. They can be assembled quickly with prefabricated panels. Like tiny homes, the air can be cooled or heated inside via electrical connections, but they do not include any hookups to plumbing and water, and therefore do not have individual bathroom or cooking facilities inside. These are purely for sleeping. So our approach to developing these regulations has been working teams via staff from CPD as well as HOST, meeting regularly with council members Robin Kniech and Chris Hines. And we've also applied input from the mayor's office and conversations with folks who have been operating these sites. Now I'm going to transition into a preview of the proposed regulations. And on the next several slides, I'll go over the existing regulations for temporary tiny home villages, as well as those within the temporary use determination, so you can see how we arrived at the proposed regulations. Now, to date, these uses have been allowed in nearly all zone districts, but in single unit, 2-unit, and row home districts, tiny homes have been limited to locations where they are accessory to a civic, public, or institutional use. And that same limitation is proposed to be applied to temporary managed communities. However, we are proposing to be a little more flexible in allowing these to also be sited on vacant corner lots with a minimum size of 5,000 square feet, where at least one of the intersecting streets is a collector or arterial. And in current regulations, there is a cap on the maximum number of sleeping units allowed in temporary tiny home villages. And we are proposing to lift this cap, instead allowing the capacity to be determined by structure separation requirements in our building and fire codes, where that building separation applies to tiny homes and pallet shelters. There are no separation requirements in building and fire codes for tents or vehicles in a use like this. And then looking at operational requirements, tiny homes and our temporary campsites do require an operation plan to be submitted as part of the zoning permit. And this plan typically includes very specific details regarding how the site is staffed and maintained. And through our experience over the past couple of years, city staff no longer feels the need to require this operational plan as part of the permitting process, since the items that are included in that plan don't necessarily lend themselves to oversight by our zoning or building departments. So moving forward, the regulations include a statement that allows the zoning administrator the ability to place certain limitations on a site as needed in order to mitigate potential adverse impacts. And then we are also requiring that this use be operated by a nonprofit organization or a government entity, which is certainly a key difference between these sites and unsanctioned campsites. As Councilmember Kniech mentioned, they come with numerous supportive services. And then we've also introduced some flexibility into the setback requirements, whereas temporary tiny home villages currently must be set back 20 feet from a primary street in single unit, 2-unit, and row home districts. We're now proposing a 0-foot setback along primary streets, since this is a temporary use, and we're not as concerned with a permanent structure being located 20 feet from a primary street in a manner that maintains the character of other homes along that block. And then we've also heard that this increased flexibility is key for operators to design their sites efficiently. Finally, we're introducing the ability of the zoning administrator to suspend zoning code standards and procedures during emergencies that threaten public health or life, so that temporary managed communities can be quickly deployed if needed. And this is similar to the allowance that applies to permanent residential care facilities that can increase their capacity in emergencies. To end, we're about halfway through the process of getting this text amendment drafted and approved, and we plan to publish a public review next week. And then we'll be back in front of you for the planning board hearing on April 5th. Tonight, we'd appreciate any questions or comments you may have that will influence our final draft.
Take questions, start with Mary Beth.
Thank you. You know, one of them, as you know, everybody knows that one of the most important things about providing housing is providing supportive housing, the word support. And I know that's not, this isn't a land use question, but are there going to be expectations or even regulations about the support that is provided to your customers?
We're not specifying that in the zoning code.
No, but will there be? And that's why I say it's not a land use question. But.
Yeah, so the recent sites have been funded by the city. So by virtue of the funding they've received, those things have been conditions. It's not a requirement of the zoning code that they be funded by the city. I think it's hard to imagine many operators being able to fund them without our funding, right? So I think the first two sites were funded with purely philanthropic dollars because the city was new to coming on board with the model. And so part of the way that we got there was by fundraising and saying, hey, we'll give us the permit and we'll fundraise and toe in the water. But now that the city has seen this as an alternative and a much more sanitary and stability-oriented alternative to unsanctioned camping, I think you've seen that we've now used ARPA dollars, city dollars, sales tax dollars for it. And so I think that I would find it unlikely to see many operators be able to do this without city funds. And so, Holly, you can certainly speak to the fact that any city funding is going to come with those. And it's a model, right? We've not seen any local government do this model without those services because it's so key to the success of the model. So I think that I feel a pretty high degree of comfort that these communities, by virtue of needing that funding to succeed, by virtue of it being the best practice, that is an integrated piece of the model. We have, only several operators, and these operators, it's a really important core piece of what they do. It is a piece of why we have a requirement that it be a nonprofit or a government operator, right? These are mission-based entities. This is not someone off the street necessarily self-organizing, right? You have to be a mission-driven organization to do this.
So it's conceivable that you might have not an encampment, but a facility, sheltered housing or whatever, that would not have any sort of social support to these folks if there wasn't money for it, or is it going to be a requirement of your establishing a place that you also that you have to find the money to provide support, emotion,
I want to be clear that
support.
there is nothing in the current permit that requires services by virtue of the zoning permit.
Right.
And so we have 8 sites, and every one of them has had services, even before the city funding came on board, right? So the zoning, right? Zoning covers land use. Right. It doesn't cover what happens inside of spaces, right? And so, so this is actually not a change. The current permit is based on, setbacks and land use requirements. It doesn't have, Tina's going to jump up and correct me if I'm wrong, but this is not a change. The temporary unlisted use does not have that built in because that's not what we do in zoning, right? Similar to some of what Rachel was talking about earlier, right? Zoning doesn't cover programmatic, right? And so I think that this is not a change. We're moving very similar zoning land use things from the temporary unlisted use to the zoning code. That was not part of the temporary unlisted use. It's not going to be part of the zoning code either.
Can I ask a question related to that? Yeah, I was going to chime in on that too. Thank you, Tina. Even though that we're not specifying that it has to be managed, we are building that expectation into a revised and updated definition for this temporary managed community, whereas that wasn't something that was in the temporary tiny home villages. We are specifically saying that it should come with some kind of housekeeping facilities and supportive services, and are alluding to that expectation.
To dig in, one of the things that is being removed, it seems like, is that operational plan. And I don't know enough about sort of what the bones were of the operational plans, but I was thinking that they were maybe speaking to, hours of operation or the customers, or kind of that. I think they were used to make agreements with the neighborhoods to give comfort around how they were going to operate the space and what supportive services were going to exist. And but that may be completely wrong, and the operational plan was something different. So that removal, I guess, I'm curious on why, and would that speak to some of the supportive services or parameters that are good to keep?
Actually, I'm wondering, Polly, maybe since that was kind of something that you guys also oversaw with your contractual obligations, maybe you can speak to that as well.
Hi everyone, I'm Polly Kyle. I'm with the Department of Housing Stability. We, in our contracts that we have with these operators, which as Councilman Page said, we have contracts with all the operators that are currently operating sites. We specify some of those items that you're talking about: hours of operation, what services are going to be provided, how many folks will be served through those contracts over the life of the contract, and those pieces. For the operational plan, there wasn't a great enforcement mechanism outside of our contracts in host to enforce that piece. So we want to stick with our contracts for our enforcement mechanism. And so that was kind of our thinking.
So it's sort of duplicative, right? Where you see it, like the contract already said it, so you didn't need operational plan too.
And our zoning staff is really not in the best place to be dealing with human services oriented things, right? So I think that, where it's something about fencing and things like that, the zoning code has already provisions, or the building code has provisions about fencing. That should be dealt with under zoning and building code, right? Where it's something about human services, then it should be in a department that deals with human services, right? So I think that to the extent we are moving into a world where we're no longer in the world of emergency, we should have the agencies that regularly handle these things, handling them, rather than having our zoning administrator trying to deal with porta potties or things that are not really in their bailiwick. Does that make sense? So our goal is, where there's a code, deal with the code that exists rather than trying to recreate and regulate through people without the right expertise. And then in terms of the neighborhood part of this, I would just say that generally speaking, I think I don't know if anyone's seen it, but my office, convened group of stakeholders who build supportive housing, who live in supportive housing, and neighbors who live around those buildings to do a guide. And the way that we generally describe it in terms of these types of services or housing is that the relationship of a good neighbor agreement should be about the interface between neighbors in a building. It's not about what happens inside of it, right? So it's not about the services. It might be about, well, where is our communication if something goes wrong? Who's our point? How do we resolve concerns? It's not about the nature of the services that are happening. That's why those things happen in a contract, right? So you'll note the providers are not entering into contracts related to who they serve or how they serve them, or how they, those are not things that you're going to see in the neighbor agreements with providers in most cases, because those are determined by funding and best practices and evidence. But they are going to have potentially good neighbor agreements about lighting, or about how they resolve conflicts, or whether they meet on a monthly basis, or things that are about the interface, right? That's kind of the goal.
So by way of disclosure, I'm been a supporter of the SOS sites and was among some of those early philanthropic supporters of them. So I'm pretty aware of them and very much in favor. And I also was responsible for negotiating the good neighbor agreement between the Clayton neighborhood, RNO, and the site that's located in our neighborhood, which is pretty close to my house. So I'm very much in support. The questions I had, one is, how are you coordinating this effort with development services, or are you, and with DFD? It just feels like there's an opportunity with the momentum behind the work that you're doing to help ensure that our building regulations, fire regulations are easing the way for these to happen as well, where there might be issues.
I'm not quite certain what you're getting at here, but these as I mentioned, the tents or parked vehicles, those wouldn't have any kind of separation requirements for the building or fire code. However, temporary tiny homes and pallet shelters being structures would have to have a 10-foot separation. I'd say
the tents have had to have some building permit process. And I understand that I'd heard at one point from Gosha that at one point there was even trying to put them through energy code requirements.
We're all like, wow, like complicated.
So just to assure everyone, since the get-go of the first idea of a tiny home village, Denver Fire for building, CED, our public health and environment, host have all been working together for this. There are different thresholds for the intensity of engagement by each of those departments in the many different types of managed communities. We started with tiny home villages. Those are structures subject to the full panoply of building code requirements, including the energy code, and they have been built to code. The ones you see out there have been built to code. They're affordable, they've been used at different sites, but those are built to code, and because they fell under the jurisdiction of the building and fire code. When we got to structures that were tent or membrane structures, like the outdoor tent, building pretty much stepped out. Doesn't need any permits for electricity. That was still required. So, you know, certain plumbing or electric permits were still required. Building was there at the table, but you didn't need a construction permit or show that you met the energy code or the building construction code to put the tents up. Fire was very much applicable. And that's where recommendations for spacing, while not necessarily per code, but just basic common sense spacing. And, you know, thank goodness we had it because there was a fire at one of the sites. That became a requirement. And in the use determination, as just noted, carried the weight of a lot of different agencies, because no one else was putting it down in paper. So it was a good place to dump everything we could. So things that in that operational plan, you know, that's why things are being stripped out now. Like the fire code, you know, the separation was always, and safety was always very much at the forefront. As we move to pallet shelters, generally those are going to be treated more as kind of a hybrid. So not subject to the strictest of the construction codes, but still you need a building permit for it.
Is there an opportunity as part of this process, using the momentum that you've got with this process, to help to kind of codify what standards will be applied and kind of create an easier path for those nonprofits in terms of getting it permitted and getting it through the system?
They're separate codes.
Yeah.
I would like to say yes, but let's be honest, they're separate codes.
Just FYI, we do create the new residential occupancy as an amendment to the Denver Building Code to accommodate the tiny homes. And it's much less stringent than a congregate living facility.
Thanks. I wonder if we could talk for a second about the restriction in the SU districts to either an accessory use or only to a corner lot. In some ways, I question it a little bit. I recall when the site went up in Park Hill, despite the issues with neighbors initially, one of the things that I think was interesting about it, and obviously that was as an accessory use to a civic spot, but it was a mid-block location, and it almost disappeared the site in a way that the corner locations, I think, did not. In a way, it really became invisible. And I would talk to people who would say, gosh, I went to look for it and I didn't find it. So it might almost reduce the impact.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this was us as sponsors really checking with operators. The odds of putting that between two single family homes or townhomes mid-block, it's not going to happen. Your ability to service it, remember you're using temporary restroom facilities, it's just not practical from an operational standpoint. And it's just,
there's no point in really pursuing it. In terms of lot size, et cetera, the odds of finding a lot of that size mid-block, right? The larger lots are going to tend to be corner lots. So I think it was like, what's the practicality here? So yes, that was accessory to a civic use. That's why it was on that side of the facility. But to put it between two single family homes or townhomes was just not going to be practical from an operational standpoint.
Okay, great. And then just one other comment, and that is I noted the language about injuring the use of the neighboring properties. And I just hope that when we see the actual language, it's not so loose that anybody could say, well, that's injuring me in some way, shape, or form because, you know, I don't like it, so it's injuring my use of the property. I mean, I've seen that language sometimes be so loose that there's not going to be any way to stand up to it. So I just would encourage us to make sure that we.
I appreciate that. And that is in there as a replacement since we took the operational plan out. So it still does give the zoning administrator some authority to put some restrictions on a particular site if there's a need to do that. But it's not intended to exclude these sites because somebody just comes up with some reason that's a proxy for them not liking it, right? This just gives the zoning administrator some backbone.
And it's about a long-term impact too. It's not about like, you know, sound or necessarily something temporary. It's about is there a lasting impact here. So I mean, the wording is still obviously it's not drafted all the way yet.
That's great. I mean, I've seen that language sometimes that is left open really a neighbor response of, you know, gosh, there was somebody on my lawn and that's a negative effect and, you know, you guys got to shut it down. And I think that authority should definitely sit with staff and leadership at CPD as opposed to a neighbor just chiming in and saying, shut it down. It's got me. No, thank you. I appreciate it.
Can I just dovetail on that? I just want to, are you imagining using it more on the front end as it's being permitted to place additional conditions on it, kind of thinking ahead of what might injure versus reacting to, yes, okay. That makes a lot more sense in my mind. I was imagining it almost more like a responding to a neighborhood complaint kind of issue, which seemed to your point.
At that point, the permit is issued. I mean, if you want to appeal the issuance of the permit on the basis of that phrase, that arguably there were impacts that are permanent, as you know, yes. But it was intended more, since we're losing some of the level of detail in the operational plan that was within the realm of zoning to mitigate external effects on case-by-case basis. Like at Elati, it was right next door to a home. We have some stricter language on outdoor lighting to enable us to do that.
The cues I have it is Gosha and Rachel and Mary Beth.
Thank you for all the work. I think we came a long way since we were debating the energy efficient tents. So definitely appreciate that. Maybe I missed it in the presentation. What's the definition of temporary?
Question too.
Yeah, so it's a great question. So the maximum duration that one of these uses would be allowed at any given site would be 4 years. Okay. And then it would be 4 years off. If it's out of sight for 1 year, then it would be 1 year off. So that time of being away equals the time of operating on a particular location.
What is the logic behind it, I guess? And I understand, like, we don't want this is not a permanent solution. This is a temporary solution by the nature. We don't want to prolong it, but obviously it's better than doing nothing. And then I wonder, the reason I asked this question, because I remember going back to the tents, when they became permanent, because the original definition of temporary structure was 6 months. So when it became apparent that they were going to last longer than 6 months, that's when the discussion about permanent structure became present in the conversation. And so I wonder, like, how does 4 years going to impact operations and kind of logistics of moving the facility?
Well, let me answer in two different ways. I think from the first point of view is I think that, you know, for tiny homes particularly, they do have a permanent option in the zoning code and they will still have that. So on the temporary side, we're merging all of these into temporary managed communities, so they will all be under one. But tiny homes still has a path to permanency. You could create a permanent tiny home village, but you would have to meet setbacks and permanency in ways that you would want a zoning code to meet if you're going to have a permanent neighbor, right? We don't have folks meet that for a temporary site. And so that's the trade-off, right? You have fewer things for form and other things that the zoning code doesn't make you meet. So there's a trade-off, right? So we make you meet a higher standard if you're going to be there forever. So that's one difference, right? So these are not forever sites. And in exchange, you don't have to meet all the form and other things, right? So there's a trade-off on the zoning side. On the operational side, sites right now have struggled to get longer than 6 months from a landowner. You know, they've struggled to find inclusive communities. And I will say it's not true that every community, you'll see this sometimes, every community is fought them tooth and nail. That is not the case. The Regis community has been very, very inclusive. There was a lawsuit for the site at East Human Services, but there was not massive community opposition. The lawsuit was from a landowner who didn't live in the neighborhood, I will just note. So it is not true that there has been big fights. We've had a lot of inclusive communities, not everyone, right? Some have been more contentious than others, but it has been, so I would say 4 years would be a very long tenure for these sites compared to what they've been, right, so far. And so I think it's not easy to move them. It's expensive and it's difficult. It's also hard to find land that's available for that long. So I think 4 years is a decent starting place and it's appropriate starting place. And I think that generally, if we have land that's available for longer, it begs the question, building denser long-term housing, right? So I think that's a fair debate to have. I'm proud to sponsor something for this length of time for this model. And we can debate again, longer term, another day. But we run into then all the things you mentioned about building code and temporary structures and all that. So
thank you. Yeah. Going on the tangent of not letting the perfect get in the way of good or better in this scenario, are you also extending this program onto existing facilities such as motels that could be temporarily used for emergency shelter and I think the similar logic would apply. Sometimes they don't meet the code, but they're better than alternative of.
Can I clarify? Do you mean like in their parking lots, or do you mean the structures themselves?
So,
SRO, yeah. So the structures themselves, no, they would still be subject to the regular zoning code. If their parking lot was available and underutilized and they didn't, I mean, I think the question about would they be able to give up their parking and not be in violation of the zoning code is a question for, you know, the zoning administrator and others. Like, would they be underparked somehow if they gave up their spots for this site, or is there a variance they could get? That's a whole like site-by-site analysis probably.
And I don't think that's where Gosha's going either. It's like,
no, I think I was going about the building or use of facilities,
okay.
Right? I
think that's just a hard
totally
no.
different thing.
Oh, different thing. Okay,
that's
not part of this program. Okay, thank you. One last question about community engagement, going back to the comment about inclusive communities. Is there still a requirement for public meeting and
community informational meeting, which is consistent across most of our, you know, many of our group living larger impactful uses? It's an informational meeting to answer questions, help folks understand what the model is, answer basic information.
Thank you.
And it's pre-application.
Pre-application. Rachel, Mary Beth, and Mary.
So Gosha asked my temporary question. I would echo Robin or Councilman Kniech what you were saying about, I've had 2 communities within a stone's throw of where I live, and they've been wonderful. On the temporary, going back to the temporary piece, how do you guys think about, and this is less of a zoning question, but just more of a curiosity, how do you think about this like 6 months versus 4 years when you're evaluating, does this make sense for this site? Just from, and maybe it's a host question, because I imagine to your point earlier that if they can, you know, that there's this balance between uprooting someone who, like, we have a site, but it's only available for 4 months versus, okay, if the site could be developed for denser affordable housing, let's go that route. So how, just from a citywide standpoint, how are folks thinking about that? I mean, might be a host question.
I'll take a stab at it. So our contracts with so the hardest part about these sites is finding the land. Mm-hmm. There's a whole working group that meets regularly to just focus on where we're going to move the site that is running out of time at their current site. So host contracts don't actually go to the particular sites. They go over the span of years and cover all of the sites. So currently our contract with Colorado Village Collaborative, for example, is through 2024, and it says that they are expected to serve, I'm forgetting the number off the top of my head, but a certain number of individuals over those next 2 years. So we're a little removed. We have host folks that represent at that meeting looking for land and finding viable options, but the actual contracting is separate from where the sites are actually located.
Fascinating. So that's exactly answers my question. It's super interesting. So thank you. Next question I had was, I know part of the conversation around these communities has been that around where land is available, that gets concentrated in certain communities in Denver that have already had disparate impacts in terms of, you know, shouldering the burden of services and resources within the city. And that's been, you know, part of the dialogue that, you know, Wash Park, for instance, doesn't have a lot of vacant sites for these communities. And so from a zoning perspective, how did you think through that to say, you know, we do want, if there's a church parking lot in Park Hill that's willing to, you know, give their land for this purpose, how did you think through that as you thought through zoning designations and where this would be allowed such that it would be around the city as a whole?
Well, I think that's why it's important that it includes some lots in SUTU areas, right? Because part of the reason that it falls more disproportionately in some communities is because that's where the higher density zoning is, right? And some areas have more SUTU zoning. So being able to get at least corner lots that have larger square footage or those civic uses in those neighborhoods that are embedded does touch every area of the city in a more equitable way than just going to high density areas. And so I think that is a piece of it. So I think those are important pieces that need to stay in the package to be more equitable than, for example, just putting this on commercial lots or just on multifamily lots.
Great, thank you. It's sort of following on both your questions because I'm still confused about SU and TU zones. Then the South Park Hill example, that parking lot wasn't on a corner. Are we saying that they have to be on a corner? Because there would be, you know, many churches are embedded inside of these SU zones.
I'm sorry, Meredith, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's all right.
It's either accessory to a civic, public, or institutional use anywhere.
Okay.
Or it could be a regular lot if that lot is larger and on a corner. And again, that's for truthfully operational accessibility reasons, because it's just going to be difficult to service a lot mid-block. And for example, safe parking is not going to be on a regular, safe parking is going to be on a parking lot. It's never going to be on a residential lot that used to hold a home. It's not going to have the right curb cuts. It's not going to be appropriate. So we're probably only talking about a safe outdoor space. And it's going to be difficult to get enough units for it to be efficient to operate on a typical residential lot. So I'm not sure how likely it is you're going to see many sites on a typical residential lot anyway, but even mid-block, so it's really, again, operationally it would be unlikely to be anywhere other than a corner lot anyway, just for the ability to.
But it's not prevented if you did have a large enough parking lot,
right?
Or something that was
exactly.
not on a corner.
So if you know, every now and then you'll see that there might. Again, I don't know. Sometimes there's these latent lots. You might see a church on one corner, and then you'll see a paved, what looks like a residential lot across the street. I don't know the zoning of those lots. Maybe it is a residential lot that got zoned for parking. Maybe it's not. I don't know what all those zonings are. But if that lot was potentially not zoned with the same zoning as the institutional use, or maybe it is zoned SU, but it's separate from, and is it accessory if it's across the street? This maybe opens that up in a way that it wouldn't if it wasn't exactly adjacent.
It actually has to be on the same lot.
So there you go. So it opens up that parking lot across the street, which Park Hill does have some of those, where the parking lot is across the street.
Yes.
Well, actually, it wouldn't.
But it would because it's more than 5,000 square feet in the corner.
Under the other one.
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
So I just had one question relating back to something that you mentioned in the beginning, and talking about sort of the scalability of the existing solutions that we have and how many people are left in the gap. And I commend this effort. I'm really glad that we're making this permanent feature of having the flexibility to do this in a temporary fashion. It doesn't seem like zoning is the biggest limiter to scaling this particular piece of the solution. I just wanted to confirm, it kind of sounded, Polly, like you were saying that securing the right parcels or finding willing landowners, is that the limiting factor, or is it the funding buckets? Like, what is the primary thing that is preventing this from being scaled?
Let me say one thing real quick. It is the limiting factor if it goes away.
Correct.
Then there's no system. So, but then go.
Yeah, yes, if this goes away at the end of this year, we have funded these operations through 2024 currently with the budget that was approved last year, getting my budget years all mixed up. But yeah, finding spaces for these and willing landowners and big enough spaces to make it worth the dollars to erect a site for 6 months to 4 years, depending on the availability of site, I think is probably the toughest part of these currently.
Do you have any land available?
Awesome. Thank you.
A few comments. Like Fred, I've been a long time supporter of these and love seeing this be made routine and more accessible. I chaired a meeting of Interneighborhood Cooperation where we were taking lessons learned from Capitol Hill above Colfax, and the neighbors there talking about their experience living near the safe outdoor space and doing that at around the same time that Park Hill were contemplating their reaction to that proposal. And it was a very difficult process, very exception-based process. So this leads me to my question. I want to check my understanding from a zoning use table perspective, not looking at this being a zoning permit with special exception that needs a public hearing. It sounds like you're looking to capitalize on what was done in living with larger res care where it's a ZP CIM approach. That's fantastic. And then this is less about the text amendment and more about just thinking about what this might enable. We're in, of course, election season, and all the candidates for mayor and many for city council are talking about this is one of the legitimately the biggest crisis of our time. And some of those candidates are saying a very tactical near-term approach would be, by whatever means they find the property, making it possible to have managed camping or deliberate or permitted camping in large numbers rather than unstructured while we move people along the path. And where my imagination, well, sometimes when I listen, living in my neighborhood, heavily impacted by homelessness and the side effects of people looking, unsheltered people looking to get by. Sometimes I listen to them and say, I don't know what you have in mind. It could be good and it could be bad. And then today, I'm saying, I hope they have this in mind. Is this thinking ahead? Could this be setting the framework by which a new chief executive of the city comes in and says, we're going to make this happen. Here's the specific means by which, and then they'll go help find land and whatever else. But they won't have to invent. How do we manage this? How do we permit this? What does zoning do? This will be there soon. Am I connecting the dots?
It already exists today, so they could just scale it up more. But again, what new things they bring to the table, I'm very curious to learn and excited to learn.
Certainly, this is a pathway now codified to get essentially zoning out of the game of is this allowed or not on a year-by-year basis. Is there still an emergency or not? I mean, it was all grounded in that. So now it's like someone could take this and at least know this is a path to get what we saw before. We want to do what we saw before plus something.
With less customization and public hearings and whatever.
This is not new. I really want to emphasize this. This is moving what we have from one type of permitting system to another, which I'm glad we're giving it the due discussion today. We're really moving it from one permitting system to another, which is why we are not doing massive community outreach, because we've been doing this for 3 years. So not to downplay the importance of it, but it really is not new.
We've been doing the tiny home villages. First came up in 2015.
Wow.
It's been a while.
I know you have one more item. I just want to make sure if we have any last questions about the text.
I want to explore then, Caitlin, again, the operating agreement. It sounds like, of course, that doesn't belong in zoning attached to this, and provide the kinds of things that would be in that, provided that the city is involved funding-wise, would live in the contracts involved in getting that funding. There's a hypothetical that they might not get funding with the city, and therefore that connection wouldn't be there. But in general, that's moving to contractual oversight with the city as part of an operating agreement with the city, a funded operating agreement.
Even if that scenario came to pass, we got some shining knight, of course, comes in, all the money in the world, and we'll set this up. At the very least, we have a requirement that when they submit for a use permit from zoning, they have to show how they meet the definition of managed community. And that's why we added those words to the definition. This is not KOA, it's not a commercial camping site. So you do need to prove up and show how you meet every word of that definition. Now, we're not going to force you to provide any list of specific services, but you have to show that it is managed. So, for example, our safe parking sites that we have in Denver are very lightly managed. People are only there at night. Some are engaged a little bit more with helping people connect to services, and some are not. It's just simply a safe place. But there is a sponsor, and there is a responsible party who's there and is accountable for this, not just the residents or people.
Okay.
Thanks. Two really technical questions, and thank you for just re-emphasizing that this is moving us from one to another, but not doing a lot of changes. Aligned with that, the temporary tiny home village that is in the code, is that remaining and this is in addition to, or does that get subsumed into the new managed care? Darn it, I have the definition, your new definition.
We've called it many things over the last few months, so we're always tripping up over the
temporary managed community.
Yes, over the term as well. The temporary managed community includes the temporary tiny home villages now, so that will not live on its own.
Okay, thanks. And then the temporary tiny home villages don't have any separation or distance requirements. They don't really touch the same space as the residential care use spacing requirements. And I guess I would want to understand and confirm, and hopefully this is the case, that that is similarly the case for temporary managed communities.
Correct. We are not introducing any kind of density restrictions on where this could be located in relation to another facility.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So keep your eyes open for the draft text amendment. If you have feedback on it, happy to take it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Have a good night.
We are on to the last item on our agenda, which is an information item on the next area plan we'll be seeing. And who do we have presenting it? I don't have it immediately in front of me. Scott Robinson.
Good evening. My name is Scott Robinson. I am the project manager for the Near Southeast Area Plan and also the program manager for the Neighborhood Planning Initiative. So I'm going to give you an overview of where we are on the Near Southeast Area Plan today. So a brief introduction of what the Near Southeast Area Plan is. I'll talk about what we have done so far in the planning process, an overview of what you'll find in the draft plan, and then talk about what's coming up next, and then we'll have time for questions and discussion. First, what is the Near Southeast Area Plan? It is a portion of the Neighborhood Planning Initiative covering 4.5 neighborhoods in Southeast Denver. Those neighborhoods are Washington, Virginia Vale, Virginia Village, Goldsmith, and University Hills north of Yale Avenue. So that's roughly Alameda on the north, down to Yale on the south, and Colorado on the west to Quebec and the city boundary on the east. Also covers portions of 3 council districts, districts 4, 5, and 6. Council members Black, Sawyer, and Cashman have been heavily involved in this process. So just as a reminder for you all, these neighborhood plans are part of our citywide planning efforts intended to create a shared vision with the community and identify strategies and policies for achieving those visions. So there are policy documents. They aren't implementation documents. They don't change zoning regulations or establish budgets. And specifically, these neighborhood plans are intended to take citywide guidance from a variety of citywide plans and say, how should we be applying those in these neighborhoods? And at the same time, they offer an opportunity to update those citywide plans, like we did Denver, based on what we did in these neighborhoods. So the plan so far, we kicked off the Near Southeast Area Plan in the summer of 2021 with the understanding the area phase of the plan that involves some existing conditions, research work that we did, as well as community engagement to understand what the community liked and disliked about the community and what they wanted it to be like in the future. That helped us to create vision statements that have been guiding the plan process throughout. We took that information and those vision statements and started to identify the issues that the plan needed to address in phase 2, and went back to the community and asked them, are these the right issues and how should the plan be addressing these issues? And we took that feedback and started coming up with draft recommendations to address issues that the community had identified, shared those back with the community in phase 3 in the summer of 2022 through early fall. Got a lot of feedback on those draft recommendations, made updates and refinements to them, put them into a draft plan that we shared with the community in November of last year, had that available for community review for a couple months, got a whole bunch of comments on that. I've made updates and improvements to that draft plan, and that's the version that you see in the packet. That is the revised draft plan for the Near Southeast. And now we are approaching getting into the adoption process. So again, we'll talk about what's going on next. I mentioned the existing conditions that we did at the beginning that involved a lot of work looking at existing data, put that together in a briefing book, as well as some other existing conditions work that is all available on the plan website if you're interested in any of this background information. And then I mentioned some of the engagement we did, but we've heard a lot from the community. We've got thousands of comments over the year and a half, almost 2 years that we've been doing this now. Been to a lot of community events and had pop-ups and office hours and things like that, as well as focus groups and 7 big community workshops, some virtually on Zoom, some in person. and then also gotten a lot of interaction through social media and other online activities. We've also had a steering committee that has been meeting monthly throughout this process, made up of members of the community and other stakeholders in the area. That has been a big help in guiding the engagement process as well as refining the plan content and the recommendations. We've also had an intentional engagement strategy. We know there are folks who traditionally participate in these planning efforts and folks who do not. And so we wanted to make an extra effort to reach out to the folks that we know don't typically participate in plans like this, or we know we're not hearing from based on feedback and tracking demographics of who's been participating. So we've had community navigators that have helped us make connections in the community. The biggest group that we noticed we hadn't been hearing from renters in the area, so we've done several events to get additional input from renters. The most successful of them is food truck events. Also had focus groups with the immigrant and refugee community, surveys with minority-owned businesses, and then several events with students, especially at George Washington High School, where we've gotten a chance to teach them a little bit about the planning process and get feedback from them about their community and what they'd like to see. Also worked with a variety of partners in developing the plan, from neighboring governments like Arapahoe County and Glendale to nonprofits like Highline Conservancy and Denver Urban Gardens to neighborhood organizations in the area, all contributed. So during all of that, we got, as I said, a whole bunch of feedback, highlighting a few of the key takeaways we heard from the community of what they would like to see in Near Southeast, include directing the majority of the growth to specific areas like key intersections along the major corridors, making sure that we get affordability and character preservation when we add new housing options in the neighborhoods, making sure that those centers and corridors transition well into those neighborhoods so we don't create conflicts, making sure we're getting affordable housing in appropriate areas, especially areas served by existing amenities and transit, supporting local businesses in the area, providing additional mobility connections, both streets and sidewalks, bike lanes, prioritizing sidewalk improvements along key routes, improving connections to trails and parks, and then enhancing and improving landscaping and improving sustainability. So those were overall some key takeaways that you'll see reflected in the recommendations in the plan. And then, as I mentioned, over the last couple of months, we've been gathering feedback on the draft plan itself. So we've made quite a few updates to the draft plan. You'll see some of those enumerated in the memo, but just wanted to highlight a few of those themes. One was clarifying and strengthening the missing middle recommendations that I'll talk more about in just a minute, making some adjustments to the height recommendations, adding some recommendations around transitions and infrastructure needs for new growth, strengthening our culture and education recommendations, adding more mobility, safety, and traffic calming recommendations, and also strengthening our trails and landscape recommendations. So now I'll give a brief overview of some of the key elements of the plan itself. The plan is divided into 8 chapters, starting with introduction, and then 4 topic chapters that include area-wide recommendations on those 4 topics that I'll go over in just a second. Then a section of neighborhood recommendations. So there's a few pages for each neighborhood in Near Southeast, talking about some specific recommendations for each of those. Then we have focus areas and transformative projects that I'll touch on as well, and then the implementation section. So in the introduction, you'll find an executive summary that includes key themes of the plan. So this is really taking a high-level view of what the plan is trying to accomplish and distilling it down to these 3 key themes. So the first one is trying to modernize and improve the centers and corridors in terms of how they look and function. The second one is around housing options and making sure that as we are adding new housing options, we're preserving the character that folks like and promoting affordability. And then the third one is about sustainability and making sure that as this area grows, it does so appropriately and sustainably and improves the environment in the area. We also address equity. These are the equity concepts from Blueprint Denver. And you'll find in the introduction description of how this plan addresses each of these equity concepts and advances improvements in equity in the Southeast. And then another big topic is sustainability. So I know I mentioned that the key themes, but this is something that really came up in our conversations with the community, and it's something that we highlighted in memo that you have as well as a key policy. And so in the introduction, we wanted to highlight again how the recommendations in the plan address sustainability, climate action, and resilience, and making sure that that is a theme that's highlighted throughout the plan as well. Now getting into the land use and built form recommendations, the key ideas for that section are around thoughtful growth, so making sure that we are directing growth to those appropriate places, and that it comes with the elements of a complete neighborhood and the infrastructure that is needed to support it, that we are upgrading those centers and corridors in terms of appearance and functionality, and that we are making sure that the neighborhoods still function the way people would like, that they preserve the things that people really like about their neighborhoods, the affordability that you can still find in this part of Denver, and the design, while adding those additional housing options that we need to see throughout the city. So this is our land use framework map that gives an idea of where some of those policies are going to be implemented. Looking at those mobility and design improvements on the major corridors of Evans, Colorado, and Wheatsdale. That's also where we are directing the majority of growth, in particular at key intersections along those corridors. And then in the residential areas, looking at areas that have been identified for preservation priority or affordability or anti-displacement priority, and where we can add more missing middle housing. So I'll talk more about each of those in the coming slides. So this is our future places map. So taking the places from Blueprint Denver and making updates to that based on these themes and ideas that we developed with the community. So again, you'll see the centers and corridors along those key streets of Evans, Colorado, and Wheatsdale, where we're directing the majority of the growth. With that growth comes elements of a complete neighborhood. So when we see additional growth in this area, we want to make sure that it comes with things that support the neighborhood and benefit the residents, both the existing and new. So that's things like affordable housing that will be achieved through things like the expanding housing affordability incentives, and also things like additional open space, improved sustainability and design, mobility improvements, things like that that we want to see with additional growth. Managing those transitions, so making sure that things are designed well, and also including additional areas of low medium residential to serve as a transition and buffer from these corridors into existing neighborhoods. Design improvements on those centers and corridors. A lot of that will come from getting the right zoning in place. A lot of these properties have either old code, former Chapter 59 zoning, or industrial zoning, or other inappropriate zoning. So we can make a big improvement just by getting these properties into the correct zone districts in the Denver zoning code, and then eventually making even more improvements either through design standards and guidelines or further updates to the zoning code to make better design outcomes in our centers and corridors. And then a big idea that we've been working on is making sure that we have the infrastructure in place to support this additional growth. So we have a lot of recommendations throughout the plan about types of infrastructure we see and how we need to achieve that. But we also want to make sure that we're not getting ahead of that infrastructure with our growth. So in these centers and corridors, we want to make sure that as additional density comes in, additional intensity comes in, that we do an analysis to make sure that we are getting or have the infrastructure in place to support that at the same time that it comes in and before it comes in. And this is an area where you all gave us a lot of feedback when we last came to you last year. As well as with the community, this is also something that's been shaped by input from the planning board at our info item last May, I believe. So going along with the places map, these are the future height maps. So on the left is the base height map, and on the right is the incentive height map. So that is dealing with those expanding housing affordability incentives. So I think as you're familiar with, within our zoning code now, if a development provides additional affordable housing beyond what is required, they can be eligible for height incentive increases. So we wanted to be clear with the community of what the future heights could be. So that's why we have two maps here showing what the base heights are and then what the incentive heights could be if properties took advantage of that EHA incentive. So again, you'll see the majority of the height directed to those centers and corridors, especially Colorado Station there at Evans and Colorado and I-25, where the Colorado Station light rail stop is. That's where the most height is, and then sort of tapering down along Colorado to 12, 8, and 5 stories, tapering down to 8 and 5 stories going east on Evans, and then a mixture of 3 and 5 stories along Leedsdale, again, as the base heights, and then just the other way what the incentives are. A few things I wanted to point out on this map. One is there is, what you'll see is the industrial area in Indian Creek, where we're recommending a portion of that be Innovation Flex and a portion of that remain value manufacturing. For that value manufacturing section, the intended future zoning for that is something like IA, which does not have height limits. It's purely an FAR-based zone district. So again, we just wanted to be transparent about that, recognize that the appropriate zoning for this area wouldn't have height limits. We didn't want to create a false expectation that it would be 5 stories or something. Even though we don't expect something in IA to develop that tall, we just wanted to be clear. And the other thing is you'll notice a whole bunch of black outlines. Those are areas where we are recommending changes from the existing zoning height. A lot of those are, again, those old code zone districts, those industrial zone districts that don't have height limits. They're, again, FAR-based zoning. So we are, for the first time, applying height limits in those. So that's why it's a change. It's going from no height limit to some height limit. But on most of those properties, the amount of development you could do is actually increasing. We are, in theory, reducing the maximum height. Because, again, those are FAR-based. A lot of them are only 1.0 FAR. Even if there's no height limit, going to a 3-story or a 5-story MX zone district would allow additional development over existing zones. There is sort of one area where we are actually reducing heights, reducing what could be built, and that is sort of in the center of the University Hills neighborhood there on the bottom left, around the Denver Academy campus. And that's part of our strategy of where we're directing growth. There's some zoning in that area that allows much taller heights that we think is appropriate based on this. And since we want to direct that growth north towards Colorado Station or on the Colorado or on the Evans, we think it's appropriate to reduce heights in that area. We have plenty of growth opportunity elsewhere in that neighborhood. Now getting into the policies for the residential low areas, a big part of this is how we can improve design outcomes in SU and TU zone districts in the residential low areas. So we want to make sure that as properties houses have additions put on or scrapes and rebuilds happen, that they come in at appropriate scale for that neighborhood. Right now, zoning allows much bigger houses than what you will find in those neighborhoods. And it creates out of scale conditions. And it also creates affordability problems and encourages displacement by having additional development capacity on those properties. So a big recommendation is to reduce the sort of scale of buildings on these SUT zone properties so that they fit in more and also help us achieve our preservation and affordability goals. So that should apply to all residential low areas. And then we've identified additional areas that are preservation priority based on input from the Discover Denver survey, historic context that we did at the beginning of the project, and input from areas that have particularly valuable historic character. And in those areas, we want additional recommendations to help us preserve that character that people find valuable. And then we have what we've identified as affordability priority areas. Those are areas that we think are particularly vulnerable to displacement based on our vulnerability to displacement equity concept, and also looking at property values relative to structure values, so determined areas that we think are particularly vulnerable to scrapes and displacement. And in those areas, we want additional policies to promote affordability and prevent involuntary displacement. So you'll find recommendations in the plan about how to achieve that. But part of that ties into our recommendations for adding additional missing middle and particularly duplexes in these residential low areas. So we looked at residential low areas and tried to determine where it would be appropriate to allow duplexes or 2-unit development. And that was mostly based on the existing infrastructure. We wanted areas that had well-connected street grids, that had access to bike facilities, that had quality sidewalks that could support the additional density that duplex living would allow. So we have recommendations around how to create a TU zone district for the suburban context that doesn't exist. And again, tie that into those design recommendations that we were just talking about. And then where those duplex recommendations overlap with our affordability priority areas, we want to make sure that if somebody takes advantage of that duplex zoning and adds a second unit, that one of the units is affordable to achieve our affordability and anti-displacement goals. And then in areas where they overlap with preservation priority, we want to make sure that we are, again, incentivizing preservation. So if somebody takes advantage of adding a second unit, making sure that we are preserving the existing structure to help achieve those goals as well. So those are the highlights of the land use and built form recommendations. Moving on to housing and economy. Highlights here are improving housing affordability and quality throughout Near Southeast, supporting local businesses, both new and existing, and improving community resources like education, workforce training, and services for people experiencing homelessness. For mobility, the key ideas are corridor improvements. Again, those major streets that we've talked about, Evans, Colorado, and Wheatsdale, and also the other large streets that run in the area, like Quebec, Alameda, Yale, Holly, things like that. We have recommendations for all of those corridors. Improvements to pedestrian and bicycle safety so people can more safely and easily walk or bike around the community, and neighborhood traffic calming, making sure that the cars driving through the residential neighborhoods are doing so at safe speeds, and again, folks walking or biking on those streets associated with it. So here you'll see our mobility opportunities map. Again, one of the key policies that we highlighted in the memo was this idea of balanced streets. So those major corridors that I was talking about, making sure that we have holistic recommendations for them on how to make them these balanced corridors that can support the appropriate modes safely and efficiently. Also, the areas where we are calling for future bus rapid transit and mobility improvements, key intersections for safety improvements, and recommendations for what those should prioritize, whether that's pedestrian safety or bicycle safety. Also identifying pedestrian and bicycle priority streets and updating those maps, and also mobility hubs, which are locations where we want multiple mobility options to come together and people can move between those. So served by transit and also have access to bike facilities, things like electric bikes and scooters and things like that. So people can move through the community with their preferred mode. The last area-wide topic area is quality of life infrastructure. So that addresses green space, landscaping, and recreation, making sure that we get the appropriate opportunities in the area and improve what exists. Sustainability and resiliency, making sure that we are growing appropriately and helping to sustain our community and our environment. And then community well-being that addresses safety improvements, access to food and health services, and other resources. Here you'll see the quality of life infrastructure framework map that identifies the areas where we need to improve park access, either by creating new parks or improving access to existing parks. Some new trails we're calling for in the area. Landscape priority areas, again, mostly along those major corridors, that's Colorado and Wheatsdale, more trees and more landscaping. Green infrastructure priority areas, areas that are currently vulnerable to localized flooding or other issues that we need to improve green infrastructure in. And then contemporary parkways, which are intended to be streets that combine improvements with landscaping and green infrastructure with mobility to be really community-serving streets connecting to major destinations like parks. So you'll see a network of those recommended in your Southeast as well. So that was the area-wide topics. Now I'm going to briefly go over some of the focus areas of transformative projects we've identified to give a sense of how those recommendations should be implemented in specific areas of the Southeast. So the first is Colorado Station. This is looking east. So Colorado itself is right there at the bottom of that image. The transit station is right there in the middle, I-25 running at an angle. So this is a potential future development of Colorado Station. You'll notice the north side looks more or less like it does today. The south side is a pretty significant change. And so that is contingent on getting the existing RTD parking into a structure and also implementing a connected street grid within the area so that people can move easily within the Colorado Station area, and also extending beyond that so people can easily get to Colorado Station. That's another thing we've heard a lot of is people struggle to get to the station today. The next one is Yale Station. So that's Yale going across the bottom I-25 and at an angle on the station itself there, sort of on the left. Big idea here is improving the connections across I-25, again, so that people can more easily get to the station, and also so that integrate the development on the east side of I-25 into the broader station area to give us more of a cohesive TOD opportunity at the station. Third one is at Evans and Monaco. So that's Monaco running up and down, Evans running east and west there. Big ideas here are, again, implementing a street grid. So we have an organization for development and improved connections to and through the area, and also landscape and green infrastructure. Goldsmith Gulch runs through this area. We ultimately like to have that daylighted so it serves a better green infrastructure function, and also extend the Goldsmith Gulch Trail through this area all the way up to Cook Park and Cherry Creek. The fourth one is Wheatsdale and Monaco. So again, Monaco running up and down, Wheatsdale at an angle. Big ideas here are mostly around mobility improvements, again, implementing a street grid to help connections and improve development outcomes, and also safety connections across Wheatsdale, especially for the students getting to George Washington High School there. It's a big concern crossing a busy street like Wheatsdale and making sure that we can do that safely and efficiently. And then final one is what we call the Indian Creek Industrial Area. It's that area that I pointed out earlier in Indian Creek, where we are recommending the Innovation Flex and value manufacturing place types. So for the value manufacturing, that is where waste transfer facility is today. And we don't expect that to go anywhere anytime soon. So looking for opportunities to make that fit in better with the community and be more of an asset. And then for the Innovation Flex areas, looking at how we can see that evolve to include more uses and better connect that to Cherry Creek and the Greenway there, which has seen recent improvements with the trail and water management in the area, so making sure that folks have easy access to that, and it can be a real amenity for this part of your Southeast. So that was a quick overview of some of the topics in the plan. There's a whole bunch more in there. It's a document. So let me just briefly talk about what's coming up next in the discussion. So obviously our info item today, there's a new public the new draft that you all looked at is also up on the website for community review. So we're taking feedback on that through about March 26th. We'll take that feedback from the community. You all make further updates to the draft plan. Take that to our final steering committee meeting. We're still trying to get scheduled for April 3rd. And then that'll set us up for our hearing with you all scheduled for April 19th. Following that, assuming we stay on schedule, taking it to council for ultimate adoption on May 27th.
Fantastic. Thank you.
So,
questions and discussion. You see Fred and Tricia.
Thanks so much. I've got a bunch of stuff. I'm going to go over it fairly cursorily, I hope, so that we don't spend forever. But I will offer that if you want to go in depth on any of it, please let me know. I'll be happy to do a Zoom or Teams with you to talk through it. You know, one question that you touched on ever so briefly is I'm just curious how closely you really did coordinate with Glendale and Arapahoe County, given the embedded nature of some of those property lands.
Yeah, so Arapahoe County has been a great partner. I have a standing bi-monthly meeting with one of the planners of Arapahoe County. So we're coordinating on that. Glendale has been harder to work with. We have one meeting with them. We reached out multiple times trying to get responses. So,
fair enough.
But yeah, Arapahoe County's been a great partner.
Fair enough, thank you. You know, on page 10 where you talk about rezonings, and this waterfalls throughout the plan in a number of different ways, but that language about rezoning should be evaluated to determine if they're better suited for an area-wide rezoning or if they should not be found consistent with this plan until after additional infrastructure is in place. And that, as I say, that waterfalls throughout the plan in a number of different places. And I just want to express the concern that this puts us on a path where we have applications which meet future guidance, but we've refused to put them through because the time isn't right. And I worry about that sidelining private investments, which actually help to drive the changes that we're hoping to see. It puts so much dependent on planning services staff capacity that I really do worry about that. So I just want to express that concern, and I've got it in a few other places in here. The wording of LU8, I think you should consider rewording that. I read that at first, and it was only where it becomes later in the plan becomes clear. It's provide additional housing options, promote preservation, and prevent involuntary displacement in residential low places by allowing duplexes and accessory dwelling units in appropriate locations and under appropriate conditions. And as we read deeper in the plan, that appropriate locations and under appropriate conditions really only applies to duplexes, not to ADUs, but it's not apparent from that first wording. So I suggest that you consider rewording it to, you know, along the lines of by allowing duplexes in appropriate locations and under appropriate conditions and accessory dwelling units throughout the planned area, just as a feedback. I really appreciate the goal to reinvigorate and beautify Evans. I grew up in this plan area in Santa Park and ranged throughout it on a bicycle. Evans has sucked since I was a kid. And I guess I worry a bit about seeing that and Leedsdale both remaining in a suburban context. I'm a little bit reassured by discussion later on about eliminating the suburban commercial corridor zoning, but I just wanted to kind of put that out there. And I'll talk about that more in a second too. Yeah, you know, under LU1, where you start to get into talking about all rezonings going through a large development review process or an equivalent. And again, I worried very much about what that might really entail. There's a little bit of something about proposed rezonings with minimal infrastructure impact may be determined not to require a large development framework. You know, I think one of the issues that we've identified right now citywide is how long it takes to get through any kind of development process. And I also think one of the things that we've seen is that there's a lot of public complaint about seeing just big buildings and big assemblages done. I worry that a requirement like this makes it more challenging for small development to happen. And so we're just going to see more Lennars doing the big boxes that they do if we're not very careful about this kind of thing. You know, the more barriers we put on small developers, the more they're going to say it just doesn't work. Let Lennar assemble the whole block and build a big apartment building so they can get through it, and they'll hire a big law firm to deal with it, and you know, that's fine. You know, C, under that same policy, consider appropriate tools for implementing and financing infrastructure and public realm improvements, such as development impact fees, cost recovery districts, tax and financing. And that seems to be a significant change to how we generally do things in Denver in terms of requiring right-of-way improvements. And I guess, you know, one of the things to consider is this a citywide recommendation, or are we proposing that development in this NPI area would be different than other areas? And I think the implications of that are possibly fairly significant. You know, at the same time, we're looking at things like the Nexus study that Dottie's working on. How does that interface with that? And to some extent, does this conflict with some of the things that we talk about, making it easier and getting some of that housing out there? I had a specific reference to HE8. Similarly, under that same land use piece D, ensure new development will have quality design. Rezonings that allow additional height should not be found consistent with this strategy until design recommendations have been implemented, unless other significant community goals are being accomplished through the development. And again, this same thing as I mentioned earlier, really putting future development at the hands of planning services priorities and capacities, which can change with administrations, which can change with all kinds of things. And I just worry about that we're going to put a damper on things like multifamily housing construction, where we've said that that's a real priority, by saying, well, we're not ready for it yet here because we haven't done the work, and you know, we can't get to that. So I'm really concerned about that. And I'm also concerned about the risk of challenges to a rezoning, for instance, that gets refused on that basis, because we've maybe set an impossible standard for somebody to meet because it's not a standard they can meet. They just have to wait for the city to do the work. And well, we don't have the time to do the work yet. Come back to us. So I wonder if there's any jeopardy for the city there in terms of challenges to a zoning that doesn't go through. And I think that some of the what's in there, you know, E, encouraging us to do stuff might conflict with some of that in plan guidance. On the height maps, as a small note, the heights with incentives, again, I'm not sure that they reflect proximity to protected districts. And I still think that that would be a wise thing to do on those maps, because where they're directly adjacent to an SU, we know that they're not going to necessarily have the same possibilities on 5-story, et cetera. That makes sense.
Yeah, and we, you know, I know that was an issue on West, and we talked about it, and there are reasons why we haven't done that, and I have to talk more about that.
Right. As again with West, I think we're proposing potentially some citywide changes to zoning code and more. And I really worry that by burying them in a neighborhood plan, we might lose sight of some of that. You know, there's the broader recommendations and learnings from, for instance, LU2 is an example, the recommendation that commercial corridor zoning might not be appropriate here. I mean, that seems to almost be a broader recommendation that you guys are toying with, some of the duplex stuff as well. I'd love to see, as part of the NPI process, a way for those broader pieces that you're learning that are really have citywide applicability to be elevated out so that we don't lose them. And so that the public doesn't lose them. I understand that there's an internal work list that you guys have. We're deep in the weeds and we don't have access to that. So the public certainly has no idea what's on there. So, I just would encourage that. The zone lot split things I thought was really pretty interesting, again, as a potential citywide recommendation as well. You know, you're toying with, in a way, a text amendment there that might allow a zone lot split by right without a map amendment process in a way, which I think is very interesting, but again, seems to me to be much more than just a plan-wide thing that you're working on, and it's kind of buried there. Well, this is 260 pages. A lot of us, you know, a lot of people other than us aren't going to read it, I'm sure. In the residential low design and preservation, like the duplex stuff, I think that's really some great stuff in there. Not always clear to me how that might work, for example, with the call to reducing allowed lot coverage. And it might be that the details are to be worked out, but I worry a little bit that in some cases we're getting to a level of specificity in this plan and starts to beg the question, are we putting so much in front in terms of prerequisites that some of that never happens? You know, it's similar to the piece about allowing not disallowing duplexes on lots that have been split. That's where you get into a recommendation that's incredibly specific. And I worry about putting something like that in this sort of a plan, because I don't think we necessarily are in a position to know how all that's going to play out. Does that make sense? Finally, as we talk about length, the repetition throughout, in a lot of cases, the individual strategies are repeated many times under different policies. And I just wonder from an organizational standpoint, if there's a way to better deal with that and help reduce the size of the plans to make them more user-friendly and manageable for folks. LU8, I think, is really interesting. And is it worth talking about being true to our form-based code? That question of, it's not how many people live there, it's how the forms fit within the neighborhood. So again, I think as you talk about that STU, I think you're almost positioning yourself for a larger citywide recommendation that's really critical. One final note is that as you make these recommendations for the corridors, and I think particularly about the Yale one, and full disclosure, I have property along there, so I'm just very aware of the zonings along there, where we're starting to make some really significant recommendations for corridors. It seems that we ought to think about how plan recommendations might or might not apply to rezonings on the non-plan side of the street. Because I think we potentially end up with a situation where we've done some really interesting, exciting planning work that applies to one side of the street, and the other side is kind of left hanging. We have no idea when that other side falls into an NPI process. Do we end up with the development that we don't want happening because we ended at that side of the street? So some language about how to apply that across the street might be interesting to look at. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll just say on a couple of your comments around the citywide recommendation, that yes, some of these are ideas that could eventually be more citywide projects. What we talked about is potentially using near southeast to pilot some of these ideas, test them out near southeast or portions of near southeast, expand this.
Because I have your hand up. Goshen, do you have something?
Yes, please. I hope to be brief. On missing metal. So two questions and a comment. I'm going to start with a comment. I'm concerned about that kind of a thread that I'm seeing across different plans and conversations about reducing development potential relative to missing metal, because everything I'm reading in reports in cities that did adopt missing metal, it exactly contradicts the intent. So what they're saying, what the market is telling them, that actually increasing development potential is conducive to missing metal and incentives for more smaller units as opposed to larger, fewer units. That particularly, I think, is applicable to the recommendation that you're giving for duplexes when one unit is affordable. I just don't see if there's any market study has been done that would support that unit could be affordable, and how that affordability would be implemented as a deed restriction. I don't know if you've given it any thoughts, but I just don't see how market would deliver an affordable unit on a scale of just 2 units. I just don't see it quite that. So the question was about market study, if you have analyzed it, but I'm just going to run for the rest of my thoughts. Last comment is you define missing middle as 2 to 19 units, but you're really only addressing implementation of the 2-unit and duplexes. I did not see area in a plan where 4plexes or 19 units would be actually implemented. So I think there's just a little bit of disconnect between the definition and implementation.
Yeah, so so to your first question, we haven't done a market study on that. We're proposing the idea with the idea that it would be a future implementation project to look at that, preservation side of it, and all that, figure out what the actual regulations and programs would be. And then to your second comment around missing middle, yeah, we have a lot of recommendations around and then anything larger than that up to 19, because the 2 to 19 is what we define it as in the blueprint. That would be handled in the residential low medium places. And so we do have recommendations around that, identify new residential low medium places to accommodate that type of missing middle, and divided that into areas where sort of up to townhome density is appropriate, and then up to where small apartment building.
I would definitely encourage a market study sooner before the adoption of the plan, because again, I think we're going in the wrong direction, and the lessons we're learning from like Portland, they are incentivizing up to 8 units for affordability, and I think 6 by right. So I think they've learned it through experimentation and market studies, that that's kind of a right calibration, and 2 units is probably not enough. Yeah, that's where we need to be. Thank you.
I will not echo things that I heard, but I think they were very well said. The one that I will echo is continue to please reach out to Glendale. I get it, but it is a huge piece of this, and how those 2 cities meet is important. And I know there can be friction, so doing something that's consistent, I think, will be helpful. On the future places map, I thought it was helpful when you had the kind of comparison. Do you have a comparison map of the future places map and what is being updated and changed? And that would be something I'd like to see. I mean, you showed the new future places map, I guess.
So again, anywhere with the black outline is a proposed change
in place type there too. Okay, thank you. Thanks, that answers that. I guess I'd be curious if it's like a change in place type, because this, I get the other map is harder to understand in the sense that because a lot of this is old code, we don't see the easy like, oh, the density is going up, the density is going down, but I think you could in this one. Yep. And so seeing is it ratcheting up, ratcheting down, would be interesting to me here. Okay. Residential policies, this is an area with a lot of large lots, so really appreciate the attention to this. Very interested in the TU zone district for suburban context that you guys are exploring, and I think Fred articulated it well on bringing that more broadly forward, kind of promoting those duplex policies without scrapes. I just really echo that this is a very car heavy area. It is, transit's not great, and I lived here in this neighborhood for 10 years and loved it, but everybody drives. And so really appreciate the attention to mobility and pushing transit along Evans and Colorado and Leetsdale, because, and Holly and Monaco, because those are just, it's so car heavy. And I think it's going to be a long time before you can get that conversion without the investments in infrastructure, the investments in transit. And I agree, though, we don't want to sort of hold back on bringing more density because Evans is a tough street to solve. And it's going to be infrastructure challenge for a long time. And I think it's a chicken or egg there a little. And so sometimes, you know, bringing better development can force that infrastructure to come to. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for taking us through it and for all of your work on this. I just have a few things that I wanted to dig into a little bit more. I'm just curious with the residential low, and this may be from a bigger plan that this is sort of in the context of our city, talking about inappropriate for individual rezonings to allow duplexes, but may accommodate missing middle options following citywide missing middle implementation. Well, just with the, in the context of the other issues that we've heard tonight, it sounds like every neighborhood in the city wants to do that. So how do we distinguish that? And how is something not okay for an individual rezoning application, but is perfectly fine if we do it from a citywide perspective?
Yeah, I think there's two things. Maybe some wording in that. But the idea is that we don't want individual rezonings until we get these policies in place, whether it's the affordability or the preservation or even just the design improvements. So we don't want people to see this plan and see that, oh, it's saying duplexes are allowed, and then they submit an application to rezone their single lot, 2 units. We're saying, don't do that until we get policies in place. And then if we're going to do that, we'll probably just go ahead and rezone these areas instead of that requiring go ahead and at that time. So if we don't do that, but we do get the policies in place, then the individual property can come to zonings. And then the other side of that is that, I think as you all know, that somewhere on the list is citywide missing middle projects, right? So whenever that happens, eventually we don't want these recommendations and these policies to conflict with that. So it is that whatever the outcome of that is should also apply to this area and work with whatever gets implemented out of the southeast. So it's that we don't want people to say, oh, the citywide missing middle project shouldn't apply to near southeast because we have our own recommendations from near southeast. Whatever the citywide solution is, it will also apply.
Okay. And then I will just reinforce what Gosha said about the affordability requirement on duplexes. I think sometimes we work in a system where we're trying to make every housing tool the solution to solve every housing problem. And I don't think that's the case. So I think taking a purely, sometimes we need just a supply approach, which is something you'll rarely hear come out of my mouth. I work in affordable housing. I'm a huge proponent of it. But sometimes it just is a matter of we need more. So I would encourage, you know, collectively to revisit that. And then just sort of the last material thing, this kind of came up a few weeks ago when we had a conservation overlay application for a neighborhood in Northwest, where we were all kind of uncomfortable with it with planning board because it restricted what could happen there. And it was like, yeah, we're doing this, but if we, you know, upzone and allow more density, it'll change. And I kind of think that we have that in the wrong order a little bit. And I think for as critical as housing is of an issue now in our city, like once your upzoning's in place, then you can put design guidelines on is a much better way to achieve the goals that we need to from a citywide perspective. I know that's a hard sell with neighbors, but.
And that's the concern, right?
Yeah.
As soon as we open the taps, things are going to start to change. And so that's where the desire from the community and the council members is we need to get the restrictions in place first so that we don't see that sudden change. And then we're trying to work it back like we did in Stockholm, right?
Yeah. And
nobody wants that to happen.
And that makes sense to me. I guess then, you know, the suggestion or the middle ground there is to have them move in conjunction, you know, right. And yeah. And then to Fred's point about the length, I would just like to propose that planning board gets a week per 150 pages in the plan, because I would have loved to have dived in deeper. And then my last question, I really love that we have incorporated a system to reach out to people who are underrepresented in the planning process. I'm just curious though, did we hit a representative demographic level of input in the plan based on those outreach? Because it's one thing to hold the outreach, but it's another thing to actually hear from people.
Yeah, and we don't, our goal is not to get a representative sample or statistically valid sample, right? We're doing outreach to get, to hear from as many people as we can and make sure that we're reaching out to the groups. So we have heard from groups that we know we weren't hearing from. If you look at the numbers, they're still outweighed by folks that participated through other methods. But I think we got enough input from them that we got a sense of what their concerns are and what their needs are. And that's really
cool. That's it for me. Thank you.
Good.
So you can go first. I just had two that I missed.
Yeah, go quick. Yeah.
This is just an editing comment, and I know you guys are still working through it. There are a lot of pages that are like just a picture, and it's just a big, and so I assume that's going to change and evolve, and there will be more on it, but to the like you could incorporate those images into other pages. There was just a number of those. And then the other was, I'm going to say it again because I feel strongly about, I do not think that the incentive map should be included. I think we should talk about EHA and the fact that incentives exist and they can learn more if they go to a certain website. But I think the incentive map gives an impression that that everybody's going to develop in that fashion. And I do not think that's the case. And I think EHA is so early that we should just not be putting it in our plans. And I said it, or putting a map in our plans. I said it with Vestaria and I'll say it here.
Particularly if we're not going to limit based on proximity to protected areas, because that's such a huge limitation on those incentive heights. And I think the map then gives a very false idea of just how much potential there is for that height. So yes, we're aligned.
Great. I had a few comments. First, I appreciate that one of the first things I turned to was, is this plan doing what Blueprint calls on in specifying what's meant by residential load? Where is it single unit? Where is it potentially 2 unit? In this plan, of course, that was a key focus. Doing what Blueprint called for in that regard. So thank you for that. And then secondly, I think it's the first plan that, if we go back to East and East Central, they said, they essentially copied and pasted the Blueprint language saying we should do some missing middle, and they didn't add any more clarity. West Area Plan said we should do it in the text, at least, said over here and over there. You have to read the text to pull that out. This plan has a map, and the map has the horizontal lines. Now, I have to say I'm not totally familiar with what the horizontal lines mean, because they go through a lot of the areas that are single unit and your varieties of potential duplex. And so how much guidance is this giving to where we can introduce things greater than duplex is unclear to me. And I know some of that is to be implemented at the citywide level, but maybe you can just give a little sense of what's the intention. When the citywide missing middle comes along and it sees this guidance, how much and what kinds of missing middle in all those places that have the horizontal hashing?
Yeah. So the horizontal lines are everywhere where we're recommending duplexes or residential low medium price types.
Low medium.
Yes. So that's sort of collectively allowing missing middle. Obviously, the higher intensity residential could be missing middle, but we expect that larger apartment buildings.
Okay.
So that's really all that map is showing is information that's on this map or on this map.
I guess the reason why I didn't figure that out is if you look at your future places map, it's the lightest shade of yellow throughout that area. So I'm not seeing the low medium.
Right. So there's still residential low. duplex areas are still residential low. And then the residential low medium are where they could do more than duplex. So that could be the quadplexes that Gosha was talking about, up to townhomes and small apartments.
Okay, so there's actually fairly little that's recommended as low medium compared of the areas that have the horizontal hashing.
So there are some decent sized chunks. So yeah, see my maps. Yeah, this is all low medium. A lot of it in Creek is low medium. Portions of Goldsmith are low medium.
Not that central section. I mean, what jumps out on the page when you're seeing those horizontal hashings is all the middle section.
Right. The middle section of Virginia Village and Washington Trail are remaining residential low, with some of that still allowed duplex.
Okay. All right. So that horizontal hashing is sometimes meaning one level and sometimes meaning another level.
Yeah, it was intended to combine those into one.
Well, thank you for tackling both those more than any other plan has done. Definitely appreciate that. I do have my concerns about the complexity that's being added with what I imagine might play out as different types of TU zoning in suburban. One, with these three different emphasis, because there's some sets of areas that are just should allow duplex, and it doesn't have one of the two emphases, and the other two with these emphases. So I worry about the complexity when it plays out, and I'm reasonably familiar with truly suburban outside of Denver, our surrounding community suburbans where they have just simply duplexes. So there's this recommendation of duplexes, but only in these very limited ways that I wonder if anyone would really do them. So if I'm using the same language that Marion Gosha has at the market study, I think it's this question of would anybody really build that? Have we so limited it that we're recommending it, but not really? And then to their points, if we, in the areas where affordability is the priority, you can only do the additional unit if it's going to be restricted affordable. Is that going to pencil for anybody? Right. So worry about that. Let me do one more nice topic, then we'll get to the hard topic. So Blueprint Denver gets updated by the updates to the Future Places map. We don't have that tight connection with the Denver Moves plans, but yet we do talk about multimodal recommendations here, and because you spend a considerable amount of time with the public, they get really dialed in. Can you tell us about any recommendations to, like the bike network, that are recommended in this plan that are different than, and maybe maybe overstating how mechanical this is, but should update Denver Moves bikes or similar?
Yes, yes, that happens or will happen. That there are places where we are recommending new bike facilities that are not in the Moves Bikes plan, and by adopting them in this plan, off the top of my head, I know this one along Exposition here is a new recommendation for this plan, go into the bike plan. I know there are several others.
Are there any high comfort, kind of a higher level of bike facilities recommended at Denver Moves that are no longer recommended in this plan? Have any of those been dialed back in this? Well, let me turn to the hard topic, and this gets at what Fred was getting at. Is when I saw the infrastructure discussion, I started going, how do we operationalize this, right? This is a body that, although we focus on planning, a lot of our time is spent on rezoning, making sure the rezoning is consistent with plans. And so I started asking myself, how's that going to work? And I think there's a big concern here, and that the plan may be overreaching and contradicting not only Blueprint, but contradicting our structure of how we do planning, zoning, and development. It's a great strength of Denver that we have these layers clearly distinguished from one another. When we're considering a rezoning, we're saying, is the proposed rezoning consistent with our adopted plans? We're not asking about what you're going to build, et cetera, et cetera. And occasionally, of course, the public says, well, I'm concerned there might not be enough parking or there's traffic on the street. And those things get resolved at site plan review and for larger developments if it needs to be traffic studies again, but that happens at a later time. I am really concerned that some of the recommendations of this plan are calling for blurring those lines, for saying before you can get a rezoning, we need to know what you can build so we can evaluate the infrastructure to determine if you can get the rezoning. And you're nodding your head and it's freaking me out, right? I don't think a small area plan can do that, right? And I'm just going to finish what I'm saying and let you react, because you've been thinking about this for a long time and I've been thinking about this for 1 week. I can see specific, tangible gates that would be a way to do this, to say, for instance, like some of your recommendations, these forms are not available, or rezoning to allow this is not available until a design overlay has been finished, right? That's great. You know, that gate has been passed. Now this is available. It doesn't change fundamentally the 3 tiers that I'm talking about. It doesn't intermingle. It just says this land use recommendation becomes available after this becomes true in the world. But tell me about, am I overstating this? Because I'm very concerned.
I think it's a good question, and it is, as you said, something that we've been working through over the last few months, trying to figure out exactly that question of how would we operationalize, how would this actually work, and that recommendation has varied in length over the last few months, from 2 sentences to 2 pages, as we've talked about what is the correct level of detail and direction for the plan, what are the correct tools that we should be recommending using. And so the way it is worded now is relying on the LDR as that tool. It's the tool we already have that does some of what you're already concerned about, right? That
it is triggered for 5 acres and above.
Right, or if a plan calls for so by saying that any development that meets these criteria, which is increases in height in centers and corridors, so it's not every rezoning in the area, it's just where folks are requesting additional height in the centers and corridors, that should go through the LDR process. And then to get to Fred's concern, that the language that he cited of it may be determined that LDF is not required, so that's intended to catch those small developments that aren't going to have an impact that would otherwise get stopped. But the LDR process already does a little bit of this, of starting to look at what is actually proposed for development before we get to the zoning stage, right? And so we're just using that tool in a broader sense. In some areas, or in some ways, sensitive, it is applying to smaller sites potentially, more sites, but also in a more narrow sense that we're really are looking at the infrastructure for this question. Obviously, the LDR will do the full LDR if it's required. But the question we're trying to ask here is the infrastructure, particularly mobility infrastructure, and is that in place, or will it be in place at the time of development? Because this is a major concern we've heard from the community and from the council members, that the mobility network in this area is insufficient. That it relies too much on people driving on these major corridors. There aren't connections off of or parallel to these corridors. There aren't sidewalks along these corridors. There aren't bike lanes along these corridors. And so their concern is that it is inappropriate to allow significant additional development in these areas until we have that stuff in place. And again, to get to some stuff Fred was talking about, that we would like to get that just in place anyway, not rely on development to do it. And so there's other tools, TIF, cost recovery districts, things like that, that if we can come in and fix or improve Evans over the next few years, so that it has sidewalks, it has bus stops, it has safe crossings, And then as redevelopment occurs, we can get those parallel connections, those connections in the neighborhood, and the sites develop where we need that right of way. Also, we can get it with development, so we're not relying on the actual development to provide the majority of that infrastructure. But it is potentially saying that if we're not in that situation, somebody may be required to build that, or it may be off-site stuff that they wouldn't even normally be required to build, and so it may actually stop some development.
You've got to have the project designed where you can figure out the trip generation that figures out, and then somebody's professional opinion about adding those trips to Colorado Boulevard. It will work or won't, which of course is absurd because this is water. And it won't. Right. It'll only flow at the rate it can flow, and people will figure out changing their time of day for their trips.
Right, but it's less about your trip generation, right? Okay. That's not what we're doing. Because you're exactly right. Figuring out what the capacity, the carrying capacity of that is not something we can really do because there are alternative routes.
There's very general language used here, infrastructure.
Right.
So I started thinking about trip generation.
Right. So it's about getting. It's really about getting the street network in place where we don't have it, and getting pedestrian and bike facilities in place, and access to transit. Because we're not going to be widening that much, right? It's not a matter of we can't allow development until evidence goes to 3 lanes in each way, because we're not recommending.
Let me just kind of say one more thing and then ask you where we should go with this. So Denver Moves Transit and Blueprint Denver identifies Colorado Boulevard as one of our main BRT investments. But we all know that Colorado Boulevard, unlike Federal, is very space constrained in a lot of areas, even though our Department of Highways has repeatedly widened it up to the point where there's no sidewalks. Right? It's still at its limits. So when we kick off BRT discussions, which prioritizing transit, not just having transit, we've got actually a lot of transit on Colorado Boulevard. But when we kick off prioritizing it with BRT, it's going to be a long struggle discussion about trade-offs. Coming down to this plan, and Colorado Boulevard's wider in this area. I understand. I think a lot about the northern stretches. It's pretty wide here, but I would prefer to not see the conflict between Blueprint Denver saying the next 20 years worth of growth for largely directing the centers and corridors, and having this plan say, yeah, we can direct growth to these major corridors, but not now, and maybe not for 20 years, because this BRT discussion could take a long time to realize. So again, I want to understand if this plan is saying we're stepping up on our corridors to do what Blueprint is calling us to do, but not now and not anytime soon.
It is saying it isn't necessarily contingent on giving BRT coverage. But I think to some extent it is saying not now and hopefully soon, but it depends on specific development and also what other investments the city makes.
This is the question I want to leave you with. So we've got this as our one info item. And the next time this is planned to come back to planning board is the public hearing. But in a more detailed way than I have, Fred has pointed out a lot of things that are similar to what I'm wrestling with. How would you propose we work with you either to figure out that we just weren't understanding something and maybe just be clarification of language, or perhaps there could be some modifications so that the intent shines through clearer before we get to the public hearing? How can we do that?
Yeah, I'm happy to speak with each of you about this, answer your questions, and try to find solutions. I don't know if we have move on to the first April meeting, and we can come back and have a briefer discussion about specific issues with our group.
Yeah, it's unfortunate we've got a lighter attendance tonight. That's unfortunate, but I'm glad we're having this discussion. How about I follow up, you, me, and Fred. I'll always keep Andrew in the loop, and we'll see if we can go through this in more depth. Thank you.
Just, two things to add. I think, Joel's point is really spot on, and further articulating some of what I would raise. When I look at Leedsdale, for example, I mean, Leedsdale is clearly just waiting for something to happen. But if we say it can't develop until there's some better transit infrastructure along there, from a transit standpoint, they're going to say, well, you don't have the population there. So it becomes, as Caitlin said, a chicken or the egg, where we're going to get stuck in a pattern. And I do want to highlight, because I think that the change in administration is something that you have to look at and think, boy, if we get a mayor who comes in and says, build lots of housing, go, 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 and we've got this area plan that says you can't do these rezonings until then, that means that basically we're going to be dumping all of the housing growth into areas that haven't had the benefit of a small area plan yet. And we're going to say, well, you can't do it in this area because the small area plan says that, but boy, that area, they haven't done it there yet. So off we go. And I just worry about the equity implications of that as well.
And maybe it doesn't need to be said, but I'll say it. This area is not in the inverted L. And to the degree this says we accept our density, but not now, that's a continuation of a pattern.
And it's not Cherry Creek, it's not Country Club, this area, certainly, but it's also not the inverted L. It's somewhere in the midst there, and there is some affordability, and that's really important. But boy, if we saw over the next 3 years an entire NPI area sheltered from taking on any growth when we're seeing it really pushed hard into other areas, there's some real equity concerns. So I just, boy, maybe the conversation is to think about ways to soften that language or leave more leeway, because otherwise we're just shutting it down. And the next administration may say, our priority is to get housing done. And no, you don't have, we're not going to put resources toward design guidelines. We got other stuff to do. And so you guys might find that your next bosses saying, no, that's not a priority. And so it doesn't happen for however many years that we get those design guidelines in place that enable us to do those rezonings. So I really worry about that.
So I think we've put a marker down for where the concerns are. Let's be sure we're following up on them. And any planning board members always available to talk to staff on any topic that comes up. So on your own, please be reaching out, providing comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We have reached the end of our agenda. Manager Chair time, any announcements?
No announcements other than just a reminder that at the next meeting on March 15th, we'll be asking the board to vote on 2 new exhibits to the bylaws that would establish the enhanced council communications tools that we've talked about in the last couple of meetings. And of course, we'll send out in advance the finalized draft language based on some of the great feedback that
Thank you very much. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
vote for Denver Mountain Parks and overwhelmingly approved the mill levy in order to fund the mountain park system. As soon as voters voted the funds to create the Denver Park System, park planners got to work.
And in 1914, hired Frederick Law Olmsted Jr. out of Brookline, Massachusetts, whose father had been the chief architect of the White City in Chicago during the Columbian Exposition.
Frederick Law Olmsted Jr., successor to his father's architectural legacy, developed large-scale plans for Denver's mountain parks and roads. Completed in 1914, Olmsted's vision would guide the city's developers for years to come and set the stage for regional open space planning in Colorado. The talents of several prominent Denver architects were enlisted to design the mountain park's buildings and structures.
The Denver Mountain Parks are filled with examples of really iconic historic architecture. Jacques Benedict, Sacco de Boer, Fisher and Fisher, many of the shelters and well houses were designed by these famous Denver and Colorado architects. The Olmsted plan for the mountain parks was somewhat audacious in that he contemplated acquisition of over 40,000 acres of land. This, over a period of time, was not achieved. They achieved 10,000 in Jefferson County and 14,000 in total. The first parks in the Denver Mountain Park System was Genesee and Lookout Mountain. Genesee had been acquired earlier by Warwick Downing and a man named Pence and some others to protect it from being completely denuded by a logging operation. In August of 1913, when they opened it, those two were the first two, along with Lariat Loop Road that had been built up Lookout Mountain to access it. The first push for acquisition of properties was from the inception to about 1927.
In the 1930s and 40s, the manager of Denver's parks and outdoor facilities was a man named George Cranmer, who really drove the park system and acquired Red Rocks Amphitheater and the Winter Park ski area, and really took the mountain park system to a whole new level, far beyond anything that even Spear and Walker had imagined in terms of recreational amenities. The Depression and then World War II really dried up the funds for this. By the 1940s and 1950s, the park system was again falling on hard times.
Many of Colorado's most beloved landscapes are within the Denver Mountain Park system. Several of these iconic parks are designated historic places and draw millions of visitors to the Mile High City each year. Denverites might be surprised to learn that Red Rocks is a Denver Mountain Park acquired in 1928. It is world famous and attracts over 1 million visitors each year. But the history of many lesser-known parks is noteworthy as well.
Everyone in Jefferson County has to go through a Denver Mountain Park to get from any place to any place, and yet they don't know the names. Bergen Park, Phileas Park, Lookout Mountain, all of the parks along Bear Creek, Little Park, Corwina Park, O'Fallon Park, Morrison, all of those parks are there.
The only Denver Mountain Park in Douglas County, Daniels Park spans 1,000 acres of land, donated in 1920 and 1937 by Florence Martin. The Florence Martin Historic Barn and Silo was the site of a 1920s working ranch and designated a Denver Landmark Historic District in 1994. The Tall Bull Memorial Site, located at the north end of the park, preserves Native American heritage.
The road that goes through Daniels Park is the old Territorial Road, on the southern end of which is where Kit Carson had his last campfire before he went down to Taos and passed away. Daniels Park is now part of a bunch of properties that have been preserved and kept open for the future, but it gives a great opportunity to link up with the way the West was before people got here. The shelter there was a Jacques Benedict shelter built in the 1920s.
The Tall Bull Memorial area is dedicated to Indian peoples, reserved for Indian peoples' ceremonies and rituals.
70 acres for their ceremonies, in fact. Next to the breathtaking 100-mile views, the biggest attraction at Daniels Park are the bison.
The bison that are there are worked in collaboration with the Genesee herd, which is the descendants of the last free-ranging herds from Yellowstone, acquired in about 1919. The Dedees Park is one of the fun ones because it contains the Evergreen Lake. Most people think that the Evergreen Lake is an Evergreen or a Jefferson County property, but it's really a Denver property.
Homesteaded in the late 1860s by French immigrants Julius and Marianne Dedees, the 400-acre ranch remained in the family until the city of Denver purchased it in 1919. The 65-acre Evergreen Lake was man-made, originally formed from a flood-controlled dam built in 1926. Once known as Mirror of the Mountains Parks, Evergreen Lake has drawn boating, fishing, and ice skating enthusiasts for decades.
Really what happened was that they built it so that the citizens of Denver could come up and ice skate.
Basically, from 35 until he stopped being director of Parks and Improvement in 1947, George Cranmer set out to just basically improve the mountain park system. He developed Evergreen Park with the lake there. He was an avid outdoorsman. He wasn't much of a skier, but he loved the outdoors, in particular ice skating.
One of the things that they built in there on the south side of the lake was a warming house so that the people could come and ice skate and have a place to rent skates and drink hot cocoa and all that sort of stuff. Part of the Dedees property was the land upstream on Bear Creek, which is now the Evergreen Golf Course. One of the partners in the Denver Mountain Parks has been the State Historical Fund, which has provided money for the restoration of important architectural features in the mountain parks. The Denver Mountain Parks were so popular in the teens that it became clear they were going to need to expand the system. Part of that included the building of a road up Squaw Pass and up to what is now called Echo Lake.
The parks were designed with the recognition of automobiles as ways in which people encounter nature.
Mount Evans is a really great testament to the importance of getting automobile access to different parts of the Rocky Mountains. The road to the top of Mount Evans was the earliest and highest paved road in the nation when it was initially built. Taking a car up to the top of Mount Evans got you to the closest 14er to Denver and gave you a view of the whole front range of the Rocky Mountains.
Towering over Denver's Front Range, Mount Evans was named after John Evans, Colorado's second territorial governor. The built environment of the mountain park system is a testament to the vision and ingenuity of its designers, from the automobile roads to the buildings that blend in with nature.
That's one of the achievements of the architects of the Denver Mountain Park system, is that they were using local materials to build sympathetic architecture that felt like it was a natural extension of the parks themselves. And a really great example of that is the Crest House on the top of Mount Evans. This stone building that was used as an observatory, a place for tourists to stop. You could eat, there was a gift shop there. And the building itself was made out of stone, and it looked like it was built straight out of the peak of the mountain.
The Crest House was constructed in 1940 and 41. The architect was Edwin Francis from Denver, and the builder was Justice Rowling from Kittredge. It was his crown jewel. He called it his castle in the sky.
The Crest House was the highest business structure in the United States, 14,260 feet to be exact. Using granite quarried on site, the futuristic design was intended to evoke the heavenly realms.
It was built with the idea of the moon and the stars, so the windows for the coffee shop and the upstairs observatory part of the building represented the stars, and then the lights in the gift shop were globes, big globes, and they were the moons. It looks like it belonged there. In 1956, my grandmother, Helen Stewart, bought the Crest House, and we ran it as a souvenir shop and coffee shop.
Barbara Day's family has managed concessions at several Denver mountain parks for generations, including the Crest House. With its spectacular views and famous fried donuts, this was a popular tourist destination until tragedy struck in 1979.
1979, Labor Day weekend, when the propane fire destroyed the Crest House. So my brother was the manager up there, and he got everybody out safely, and lucky for us, no one got hurt.
Only the stone ruins of this architectural treasure remain today. After the Crest House burned down, Echo Lake Lodge at 10,600 feet became the primary stop for tourists visiting Mount Evans.
The Echo Lake Lodge was built in 1926.
The lodge was built as a place to house tourists and to enjoy that lake, which is a glacially formed lake. And it's very scenic and wonderful. There are some stone shelters there at the lake.
We work closely with the City of Denver to preserve and protect the Echo Lake Lodge. They put their share of time and money into it, as do we.
There is also another stone shelter up on Mount Evans, further up on that road, a 160-acre park called Summit Lake Park, where the mountain goats like to hang out.
Some lakes are so high they are suitable for ice skating 11 months out of the year. Summit Lake, shown here, is more than 2.5 miles above the sea.
Winter Park was the last of the Denver Mountain Parks to be added to the system. It also has a rich legacy of being one of the oldest continuously running ski resorts in Colorado and the 4th largest ski area in the state.
Because of our proximity to the Front Range, we've always kind of been Denver's ski area, and that history of being owned by the city of Denver, generations have grown up skiing Winter Park. The ski industry that we know it today was really started by George Cranmer in the late 30s.
Cranmer was visionary enough to actually realize that what Denver really needed was a ski area, and in 1939 he began the process of purchasing what became Winter Park. It was the last piece of the Denver Mountain Park puzzle.
George Cranmer was a really interesting guy. He was from Colorado, but he was educated in Princeton, and then came back and had an investment brokerage firm in Denver, and retired as a very, very wealthy man in his early 50s, working with a group of wealthy businessmen who were passionate about skiing in Denver, a group called the Arlberg Club. Cranmer was able to somehow procure $14,700 from this private club so he can build this park.
And he goes and he gets grant money from the federal government, and he gets the CCC and the WPA to help work on trails and installation of equipment. And that is the beginning of Winter Park.
In 1939, they started building tows. Right actually behind us is where the first rope tow at Winter Park was built. And that was with all that money that Cranmer was able to procure.
A lot of the reason for Winter Park being located where it is because of the ski train.
The ski train runs every Saturday and Sunday. It only takes a couple of hours each way, so you can get in an entire day skiing and be back in Denver in time for dinner.
And back then, in the 30s and 40s and even the 50s, it was so important to have that train connection to Denver. The original buildings of Winter Park, they were left over from West Portal, the construction of the tunnel, are all gone today. The historic structure that does exist at Winter Park is the Balcony House.
And it was built in 1955, predates the first ski lift at Winter Park, and remains pretty much unchanged today.
Winter Park is a place that has given the ski industry many innovations over the years. Slope grooming was actually invented at Winter Park.
A pilot would basically tow this gigantic rotary device behind him. And what that would do is that would smooth out the run and basically groom it.
Another historic innovation of this Denver Mountain Park is the establishment of the National Sports Center for the Disabled, headquartered at Winter Park since 1970.
Part of what makes Winter Park special is that from day one in 1940 to today, there's always been an emphasis on preserving the land. The slopes at the base area are just as they were in 1940. The buildings here date back decades, and that's important because you want to preserve that heritage, and that's really, really important to everybody here at Winter Park.
While there are 22 developed Denver Mountain Parks in the system, there are also 24 conservation areas that were part of Olmsted's master plan. Lands set aside to preserve and safeguard the scenic quality of Colorado's landscapes. They are mountain ridges, rocky outcrops, and animal habitats, and include parts of Mount Falcon, Bergen Park, and Deer Creek, to name a few.
As we continue to grow and population continues to swell here in Denver, having these natural places that people can come and enjoy what Colorado is all about is really, really important.
The truth is that Denver mountain parks are very often loved to death. Millions of people visit Denver's mountain parks each year. And Denver city planners are faced with the same dilemma that Mayor Sphere faced 110 years ago, which was, how do you pay for this? How do you maintain this structure? Denver's going to keep growing until we figure out what our natural limits are. And that means there's going to be more and more strain on Denver's mountain parks. And that makes preserving them all the more important, because this is really the snapshot of what life was like in Colorado in the 1920s or the 1880s in some cases. And that's the paradox of preservation in a mountain landscape, is how do you preserve the very thing that people flock to see?
In the 1950s, the mountain parks were funded from the general fund in direct competition with the urban park system.
And so when funding declined for the mountain park system in the 1950s, some of it was ultimately restored by a private organization called the Denver Mountain Parks Foundation.
With a history of funding challenges and Denver's population on the rise, the need to maintain and preserve the Denver mountain parks is more critical than ever.
The Denver Mountain Park's future for the city is one of restoration, but also of programming, not only of recreation, but of education.
Part of the great driving force for the people who support the Denver Mountain Parks is that they are places to learn. They are places to see a world beyond yourself.
Although no longer operated by the city of Denver, modern-day Winter Park is still Denver's Winter Park.
Of all of our visitations, 60% comes from the Front Range. The other 40% comes from other places throughout the country and the world. Even today, we're still owned by the city and county of Denver. We're operated by another company, but we're still owned by Denver, always have been, always will be. In 2002, the city basically entered into an operating agreement with a company called IntraWest. And per that agreement, IntraWest every year gives $2 million back to the city of Denver, plus 3% of all profit in excess of $33 million. And what Denver does then from there is they reapply that money into some of their city parks.
The Denver Mountain Park System is this really great sort of cross-section of cultural landscapes, because human activity has taken place in the Denver Mountain Parks for thousands of years.
They are protected by the city charter and cannot be sold in part or in total without a vote of the people.
The Denver Mountain Parks are loved and beloved, and you can't really imagine Denver without them. But on the other hand, it requires vigilance and creativity in order to preserve these gems for future generations. We're the stewards of that vision, of making sure that we have the right balance between our urban lives and the open spaces and the access to nature that makes living in Colorado so unique.
The Denver Elections Division is proud to make voting easy and accessible, and to conduct accurate, secure, and transparent elections. You can register to vote right up to and on Election Day by visiting a voter service and polling center. Register to vote online with a valid Social Security number, Colorado driver's license, or Colorado ID card. Go to govotecolorado.gov and click Register Online. Then follow the steps and get registered in just a few minutes. Check out govotecolorado.gov for a list of acceptable forms of identification. Ballots are sent to all active Denver voters by mail 22 days before the last day to vote. Vote early and complete your ballot in the privacy and comfort of your own home. Follow the instructions included in your mail ballot packet. There are several options for returning your ballot. You can drop it in one of the many convenient, secure, 24-hour ballot drop-off boxes throughout the city. Bring your ballot to any voter service and polling center, use the drive-through drop-off service, or simply mail it back. If returning your ballot by mail, it must be received by the Denver Elections Division by 7 p.m. on Election Day. Allow plenty of time for delivery. If your ballot is lost or damaged, request a replacement at a voter service and polling center, or submit a request online for curbside ballot pickup. You can also choose to vote in person instead, using a paper ballot or an accessible voting machine. Be sure to bring valid identification with you. To find a drop box and voting locations near you, go to denvervotes.org. Use the interactive map or see a full list of locations and hours. Make sure your address is current so you can receive your ballot in the mail. You can update your registration at govotecolorado.gov or by visiting a voter service and polling center. Voters can track the status of their ballot with ballot tracks, available through denvervotes.org. Once you sign up for ballot tracks, you can choose to be notified by email or text when your ballot gets mailed to you, when the Elections Division receives it, and when it has been accepted for counting. Learn more about how to vote, where to vote, how ballots are processed, and more at denvervotes.org. And be sure to vote.
Okay.
Great. So we will start the meeting. We will still be allowing people to come into the meeting. We'll go over interpretation. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jesus Arante. I should have started with the introduction. I'm with Denver Parks and Recreation, the community engagement specialist. We have a couple other people from DPR that we'd like to recognize, Owen Wells, and then we have our PM from Dottie, Ethan, who has been working on this process with us. So we will be going over the final concept design for DPR and be able to be able to go through the process and explain what we went through, and then get some feedbacks on that. As I said, this meeting is being recorded and we will have interpretation. Both of those will be up on YouTube and on our website for people to see afterwards. And then I did see that Council District 7 is here, Joel and Clark's office. He unfortunately is unable to attend because of the holiday. Tonight was the city council meeting that he will be attending. We do have his office here representing, and again, just thanking them because they've been really strong advocates, not only for parks itself, but this park in particular. they've been working really hard on. So we just want to recognize them and thank them for all the work that they've been doing on Ruby Hill. With that, I will turn it over to Sarah with Design Workshop. So we can start the meeting and go over the interpretation and what the meeting will look like. Or actually, let me pass it to Flor. Flor, if you'd like to unmute yourself just to explain how interpretation will work.
Okay. Mi nombre es Flor. Vamos a hacer la interpretación y queremos que para español, por favor, seleccione el botón de interpretación que está en la parte inferior de su pantalla. Okay.
All right, Jesus, are we good to go to the next slide? Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Sarah Bonnequist. I am the project manager from Design Workshop. We're a landscape architecture firm. We are